Hello and welcome to today's video. So this time we're going to be taking a look at penguins number 1 to penguin number 1000. So over the last sort of year and a bit, I suppose, I've been doing about 100 penguins in a separate video each month. And what I've done, I've combined all of those together into one mammoth 5-hour special. And it will cover every single vintage penguin book published in the main series, right from number 1 right through to number 1000. So I do hope you enjoy it. So sit back, relax, and let's get to it. Okay then, so let's start off with penguin number 1. This was the original, like a pre-release proof copy, like an advanced copy. This was done in the green crime colours instead of the one that we're actually familiar with, which is the blue biography colours. This one was done literally as a sample. Basically, it would take, the contents is identical. It would be taken out to show prospective clients what was actually involved here, and what the penguins were eventually going to look like. Very rare, this one, the green coloured aerial. It's really not known how many exist, but the theory amongst collectors is there's probably only about 3 or 4, if that. But yeah, quite a nice little rarity, that one. Here's the much more regular penguin number 1, which is Ariel, and it is a biography. And here's another copy of number 1, which was issued in 1985 for the publisher's 50th anniversary. This one was with the compliments of the directors of Penguin, so it was given out as a freebie for, no doubt, clients and better accounts at the time in 1985. So then we got number 2, Farewell to Arms. Now with these penguins, they were released in 10s. So this is on the back here, the very first 10 penguins. And what a fantastic collection it actually was. Certainly a Farewell to Arms is one of the ones that I particularly like. They've also got the Bodley head on the spine here, on the side of the covers here, and also on the back there. So it was published under the Bodley head imprint. That was actually Alan Lane's own publishing house, and that was where the penguins were first started from, just for the first 80 or so titles, until they became a force in their own right. Number 3 is Poet's Pub by Eric Linklater. Number 4 was Madame Clary. All of these that we're going to be showing today originally came in dust wrapper. Some of mine I've taken out of dust wrapper because the dust wrappers were possibly a little bit damaged and worn, and they just looked so much better on the shelf. This particular one, it was a case in point where I've got the dust wrapper. I've just taken it off because it just looks so much better outside of the dust wrapper. And you have to remember that these books are dating from 1935, so it's not like they are new by any means. Yeah, currently 85 years old. Here's the first of the crime titles, which is number 5, The Unpleasantness at the Bologna Club by Dorothy L. Sayers. Of course, there are many collectors of Penguin who just collect the crime, like there are collectors who just collect the travel titles. This is number 6, Mysterious Affair at Styles. So this was part of the first run of the 10 Penguins in July 1935, and it also had a couple of little reprints, but there were copyright issues and problems, and in the end the issue did get replaced. So Mysterious Affair at Styles comes back a little bit later, but in the meantime they released it as 6A. So you see there's 2 number 6s, basically a 6 and a 6A, and that came out as Murder on the Links. So unfortunately that's an extra one for you to try and find, and that was 1936 when that one got replaced. All right, so that's number 6. Number 7 here is 25, not number 25, but number 7 in the main series, and that's by Beverly Nichols, another biography. Number 8 is William by E.H. Young. This one is in its wrapper here. They tend to exist with a priced state, the 6pence on there, and an unpriced state. Often this is just down to if it was an export copy or not. This is number 9, Gone to Earth by Mary Webb. And finishing off that initial batch of 10 from July 1935 is Compton Mackenzie's Carnival. There we are. So that's the first 10 done and dusted. Let's zoom on to the next one. So we've got number 11 here, which is Norman Douglas's South Wind. Now obviously these orange ones come under the sort of the overall fiction banner. Real thick one, this one. And on the back you'll notice once again they've published another 10. So it's from number 11, South Wind, all the way through to number 20. And that's what we're going to have a look at now. Number 12 is The Purple Land, W.H. Hudson. And it's surprising, but some of these early ones aren't that difficult to track down. It might take you a little bit of time, but they are out there. And because they were such nice books and they were really well produced, they are robust and they've stood the test of time. So these pre-war penguins actually aren't too bad. This is a real favourite of mine, penguin number 14, which is The Thin Man, Dashiell Hammett, an absolute classic of its type, and this is a particularly gorgeous penguin edition from, once again, 1935. Then we've got number 15, which is Four Frightened People, that one in its dust wrapper. So yeah, so some people, they decide to collect like the first 80, which is all the ones which had the Bodley Head sort of moniker on. In number 16 here, Edwardians, Vita Sackville West. Other people collect the first 100. A lot of people collect the first 100. It's a really good sort of target to have. There's not that many tough ones to get in that time. Although there's going to be a few that are going to cause you a bit of an issue. Number 18 here, Debonair, G.B. Stern. This one's got a slightly damaged dust wrapper on the spine there. Number 18. Number 19, Strange Case of Miss Anna Spragg. I have read a proportion of the first 100. I've probably read about 20 of them. I've read all the crime ones and some of the travel and adventure ones. There's a really nice H.G. Wells in there coming up, which I particularly like. So there is number 20. So that finishes the second batch of 10. Then we'll go straight on with 21. Which is Our Mr. Wren by Sinclair Lewis. Now, this was, once again, just a straight fiction title, but on the back, it does now list, once again, number 21 to 30 in the main series. Let's make a bit of room. I'm going to be doing quite a bit of that as we go along. 22, not a greatest of copies, but Dr. Sarah Cold. Quite a tough one to get if I've got a duffer copy of that one. 23, Esther Waters, George Moore. Quite a few of these I have on my list of upgrades. 24. Of the first 1,000, as it stands right now, I need just, I think, about 15, so I've got about 985 out of the first 1,000. I need 10 under 500, most of them wartime issues. So if we go along and we see one that I haven't got, I will obviously pop in a picture. I do, however, have the first 100 absolutely complete now. Number 26 is Oddcraft, W.W. Jacobs. You'll see some of these are in wrappers, some of them aren't. This was a great favourite of mine and one I particularly was pleased to get because I do love P.G. Wodehouse, and that's My Man Jeeves, and this is Wodehouse's first appearance in Penguin. He certainly has many more to come, but this was the first one, and then there was a gap of about almost 15 to 20 years. Not 100% sure why that was, whether another publisher had the rights. I know there was a couple published in the early 50s by Pan Books, which I've got, but I don't know why it took Penguin so long to fully embrace Wodehouse, and then the floodgates were opened. But I love him for sure. Number 28 here is The Owl's House. Of course, a lot of these are absolutely completely obscure books now and don't really warrant much reading today. This is the first time, so this is Penguins 29 and 30. So this is what the book was of such length that it was released in 2 parts, this autobiography. So that's why it is as it is. It's in 2 volumes. There's a few more that we'll see like that later on. There's even a triple volume later on. But then it does go into where we have like extra thick thick books. So we're going to do the last batch of 10, which is numbers 31 until 40, and then I'm going to pause and I'm going to make us a little bit more room so we can crack on with some more. So from number 31, this is a real favourite of mine, and this is like in the cerise colours, and it's H.G. Wells's A Short History of the World. Now this particular one gets re-released later as Pelican number 5, but when it obviously at this point Pelicans didn't exist, so that's why it's in this form now. Really nice copy of this one, and certainly a favourite Penguin of mine. I do love all H.G. Wells, even his non-fiction. This is 32, Wayward Man, St. John Irvine, and number 33, Anna of the Five Towns. Anna of Five Towns by Arnold Bennett. All the copies that you see here are first Penguin editions. Number 34, H.C. Bailey's Mr. Fortune, Please. I do sometimes keep reprints, but because just for space, I've had to sort of cut down on the amount of reprints that I've kept. We are into 1936 now for number 34. And Penguins are already a real presence on the bookshelves in bookshops. Number 35, The Rocklets. 36 is Almayer's Folly, by a classic by Joseph Conrad. And you see these are all still beautifully numbered on the spine, which is another reason why I guess they're so attractive to collect, because you just want to get the full set. Pilgrim of a Smile, number 37. Number 38, Walter de la Mare, The Return. Number 39 is The Wallet of Kai Lung. And number 40 is Dodo by E.F. Benson, and that's Penguin number 40. So I think that's quite a good point. We'll just pause there. I'm going to make a little bit more room on the table here, and then we'll crack on with the rest of them. Okay, so we kick off again with number 41. Now this is Aldous Huxley's first entry into Penguin, and it's Chrome Yellow. Not one of his most famous ones by any means, but still nice to see an Aldous Huxley in the Penguin colours there. And let's just have a little look at the age of this. I believe it's still 1936. Yes, it is. It's still dated from 1936, so just 1 year after Penguin launched. Then we've got number 42, which is Death of a Hero, Richard Aldington. Number 43 is A Safety Match by Ian Hay. Those last three have all been in dust wrappers, and on the back of the dust wrapper here you'll see that they've got from number 1 up to number 50 now. I guess one of the things they'd like people to do is well, A, have lots of choice, but B, potentially collect the lot. There were certainly people who did that back in the day. Number 44 is A Cuckoo in the Nest, and because they're numbered, they do lend themselves very well to collectors collecting them all. They want to get every single number, and that's continued to this day. Number 45 then, The Gleno Weeping, Marjorie Bowen. Number 46 is A Hind Let Loose, C.E. Montagu. Number 47, The Lonely Plough. A lot of these are extremely obscure now. This one's not, though. Number 48, A Passage to India. So this is quite rightly regarded as a bit of a modern classic, and Penguin published it all the way back in 1936 for the first time, way before the normal Penguin Classic imprint had been created. Yeah, Penguin number 48 there, Passage to India. Number 49 comes in as The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Nice copy of that one. And for the 50th Penguin, it was The W Plan by Graham Seaton. Can't tell you much about that, but that was the one that got the honour of being the 50th Penguin, by number at least. Number 51 then, we look into The Morning Tide, Neil M. Gunn. And then we've got number 52, which is The Spanish Farm. 53 is Dusty Answer, Rosamund Lehman. Quite a thick one, that. It's got the first 60 straight on the back there. As I said, these were still being published in batches of 10 each time round, each month. Number 54, I Am Jonathan Scrivener, Claude Houghton. Number 54. 55 comes in as The Party Dress. 56 is The Hounds of Spring, Sylvia Thompson. 57, The Black Diamond, Francis Brett Young. Let's push those back a little bit. Francis Brett Young. 58, we've got a nice crime title, The Poisoned Chocolates Case, Anthony Berkeley. Real classic crime, this one. Penguin, I guess, must have lost the license after the license to publish this one, because it does appear as an early Pan book, number 58 here, The Poisoned Chocolates Case. Number 59 is Three Wives, Beatrice Keane Seymour. Number 60 is quite an interesting one because it's the first in the Travel and Adventure series with this bright cerise colours. Once again, there's actually a whole website devoted just to collecting Penguin Travel and Adventure books. And although some of them are incredibly difficult to find, the wartime ones, it is an incredibly rewarding task, particularly if you're collecting them to actually read, because travel writing itself is such a fascinating I find such a fascinating subject. And these historical travel books, well, they're almost like little time machines taking you back to a time no longer with us. Penguin 61. So this is a reprint now of The Mysterious Affair at Styles. If you remember, the book originally came out as book number 6, but it was replaced by Murder on the Links, which is number 6A. So this now is the re-released number 61. Number 62 is The Missing Moneylender, W. Stanley Sykes. And number 63, another great crime title, one that I certainly enjoyed, and that's Raffles. I don't know if you've ever read the Raffles books. There was a couple published by Penguin, and Raffles is like the gentleman detective, and if you've never tried them, I think they're excellent. I really do. Number 64 is Edgar Wallace's The Four Just Men. Another sort of mini classic, really, you could call it. And then finishing this run of 5 crime titles, we have number 65, which is The Man in the Dark by John Ferguson. Now this one, interestingly, has only got from number 1 to 65 on the back. So that does make me suspect that they'd stopped issuing them in 10s. But we'll have a look. Number 66 is The Surgeon's Log, a title that was taken from, or reused rather, for a Patrick O'Brian book years later. This one shows 1 to 70. So maybe they just hadn't quite finalised the list. But that's another travel one, as is this one. So My South Sea Island. Number 67. I do love these colourful vintage penguins. Number 68 are another real favourite, this one, with Mystics and Magicians in Tibet. This is quite highly sought after, this one. So you might have a little bit of trouble getting hold of a nice copy. Mine is certainly not in great shape, but I'm just very pleased to own a copy. So number 69 and number 70 is another one of those double volumes. So it's volume 1, volume 2. Some Experiences of a New Guinea Resident Magistrate. Now, you've got to admit that that's not probably the most riveting of titles, but hey ho, that's 69 and 70. 71 is another biography title. So we have Confessions and Impressions by Ethel Manning. Big thick biography title, that one. And I think we're going to have to pause in a minute just to get the last lot in. Let's see if we can get to number 75. So we've got Still She Wished for Company, Margaret Irwin, number 72. And on the back, it's showing 1 to 80 now. That's number 72. Number 73 is Mr. Weston's Good Wine. 74, Thunder on the Left, Christopher Morley. And 75 is a real classic, Evelyn Waugh's Decline and Fall. Absolutely love this one. I do love Evelyn Waugh as an author, and this is one of the best. And I think I've run out of room again, so I'm going to hit the old pause button. I'll be straight back. Okay, so number 76 is Dangerous Ages. Number 77 is another one of those lovely ones, which is in that the very light violet colours, a bit like the H.G. Wells one from a little bit earlier, number 31. So this is number 77, Grey Wolf. Still got the first 80 still on the back. So number 78 is Trent's Last Case by E.C. Bentley, a bit of a famous crime one. Number 79 is The Rasp, Philip MacDonald. The problem with the crime ones, because they are so collectible, really nice copies can be rather expensive. So number 80 is The Dawn of Reckoning, James Hilton. And then 81 is Tarka the Otter. Now Tarka the Otter did get re-released a little bit later. It wasn't until 1949, in fact, but it did come out as a Puffin storybook, and that was PS number 60, which I have covered the first 100 Puffin storybooks, but this is the first appearance of it. And on the back here, in the 2 columns, it shows penguins 1 to 90. But that was number 81. 82, we have another little travel and adventure book. One thing I should say, I did forget to mention, so if we have a look here, this is Penguin 79. That was the very last one with the bodily, Penguin number 80 was the last one with the bodily head on the front cover. After that, it was dropped from Tarka the Otter going forward. So these were now being published in their own right. Number 82 is The Undertones of War. Number 83 is The Poacher, H.E. Bates. And number 84 is Lola Willow's Sylvia Townsend Warner. Once again, that's a real tough. This took me a long time to get a nice copy of this one. I just don't know why. It was one of those harder ones for me to get. So if you are collecting the first 100, look out for that one being a bit tricky. Number 85, Sir Isumbras at the Ford. Number 85. 86, we have These Charming People. 87 is Greenery Street. Not the greatest of copies, that one, but once again, I'd rather have like one of each and then try and upgrade the collection, you know, the slightly rougher ones. I do have a little list of my worst condition penguins, just in case I am out and about or I see a first edition in nice condition. This is 1937, this one, the Green Lacquer Pavilion, and that's penguin number 88. Number 89 is Back to Crime again. Documents in the Case. Definitely one of the easier early crime titles to get, this one. You see this one quite often. So my suspicion is that it had quite a large print run, this particular one. Still very good all the same. That's number 89. And number 90, Sandfield Scandal. Richard Cavern. Not a name you hear very often. So number 91, absolute classic in its own right, which is Dr. M.R. James. You don't often see that these days, and it's his Ghost Stories of an Antiquary, and the back has changed now, so 91 to 100 are not listed on the back, but we do have a list of the first 10 Pelicans and the first 6 Penguin Shakespeare titles, which is pretty cool, isn't it? So times are changing, the list is expanding. Number 92, Hamptonshire Wonder. 93, Wild Strawberries, Angela Thurkel. Same back. And where are we? Yeah, 1937 still. Number 94 is Saturday Night at the Greyhound, John Hampson. Another classic, number 95, The Man Who Was Thursday by G.K. Chesterton. Really nice copy of that one. Number 96 is Selected Modern Short Stories. So this is the first anthology selection by Alan Steele. Some interesting authors there. Once again, you got H.E. Bates again, Leona Flattery, Rhys Davis. That's number 96. 97, Some Experiences of an Irish RM, Somerville and Ross. The last crime one for the first 100, which is number 98. So, The Murders in Praed Street by John Rode. Now, number 99 and 100 is a double volume again. So you see it's The Worst Journey in the World. And this was Scott's expedition to the South Pole. And it came out as numbers 99 and 100. But, and when were these dated? I think this is the tail end of 1937. Yeah, it's the tail end of 1937 as 2 volumes. And then it did eventually come out as a 1-volume edition, which is this one. This has got the double penguin on. Came in a wrapper. I think these were about 1946. 1948. There we are. So initially in the 30s, it came out like that. 10 years later, well, 11, they released it as the 1-volume edition, when I guess after the war paper rationing wasn't so much of an issue. But that concludes the first 100 main series vintage Penguin paperbacks in first edition. Okay then, so off we go again with Penguin main series number 101. There we are, and this is the second Raffles crime book. Raffles was actually a criminal, but he sort of hung out with, shall we say, the upper class, and then proceeded to rob them, a bit like a Victorian age Robin Hood sort of a character. The books are actually excellent, so I do recommend those as a great fun read. 102, Youth Rides Out, Beatrice Keane Seymour, fiction title. Another naval fiction book, Tall Ship by Bartimus, 103. 104 is Deep Waters, W.W. Jacobs, fiction again. 105 is Man Trap, Sinclair Lewis. Looking at the back of these here, you've got the books literally right up to number 105, plus a recap of the first 90, the first 10 Pelicans, and the first 6 Penguin Shakespeare are also on the back there. And just so we've got an idea of date, these are 1937 at the moment. Number 106 is Now East, Now West. 107, this one's in a wrapper, a little bit of wear on that one. Phyllis Bottom, Private Worlds. 108 is Kay Lung Unrolls His Mat, Ernest Brown. 109, The Fiddler, Sarah Gertrude Millen. Biography next, Andre Moros, the guy who wrote Ariel, this one's on Disraeli. This is in the blue biography jackets. Bit of a dark copy of that one. Now, one of my favourite early crime novels. I do love Arthur Conan Doyle anyway, but this is a really nice edition of The Hound of the Baskervilles, the first Penguin edition of an absolute classic, as you can imagine. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Alan Lane used to collect, the founder of Penguin. He wanted a signed copy of every Penguin in existence, and when that was published, Arthur Conan Doyle had passed away. So he contacted Conan Doyle's old publisher and got them to snip his signature from the bottom of a letter from one of their files, and he pasted it into the copy of his copy of The Hound of the Baskervilles, just so he could have a set of signed ones, which I thought was really funny. Ethel Manning, which is Children of the Earth, number 112. First travel and adventure one today, which is The Secret of the Sahara. Kufara, Rosita Forbes. These early travel ones are really, really nice. I do absolutely love them. 114 and 115 is one of those double ones, which is like a two-part biography. And this is Fock, Man of Orleans. 116 is the start of a little run of miscellaneous titles. So this one's called On England by Earl Baldwin. This one's also in a wrapper. Just like a bit of a potpourri of subjects. This is a red, and this is 7 famous one-act plays, number 117. Not a lot of names that I recognise in the list there. But this is a book of short plays, one-act plays. Another one in the yellow, like miscellaneous covers, and this is While Rome Burns, number 118. Listing the first 120 there on the back, complete to the end of 1937. And then 119, another favourite of mine, Billiards and Snooker for Amateur Players. I used to play a lot of snooker, and this book's actually fantastic and is sought after by snooker collectors as well as penguin collectors. It's actually quite hard to find in nice condition in a wrapper. Then we've got number 120, which is Penguin Parade Volume 1. So some series were released as part of the main series before they then eventually got their own separate series. So this is an anthology of stories, poems by contemporary writers of the period. There's a few there I recognise. There's one by H.E. Bates. That's about it, to be honest. But that's number 120, Penguin Parade Book 1. And this is another two-parter, which is Lean Men 1 and 2 by Rolf Bates. Not the best copies of those, but there'll be ones that eventually will get upgraded. Faulkner's Soldier's Pay, a bit of a classic, that one. Number 123. Crime one now, which is John Dixon Carr's It Walks by Night. That's also in a wrapper, so that's quite nice, isn't it? Obviously, all these crime ones are quite expensive these days. I was lucky just to start collecting these penguins when they weren't too bad, but you know, the prices of some of these now really is quite eye-watering. 125 then, An Indian Day, Edward Thompson. That's got quite a bit of foxing, hasn't it? Number 126, Trader Horn. Another one which I found quite difficult to find in nice condition. And some of these I've got, but they certainly could do with a bit of an upgrade, shall we say. 127, The Havering Plot. Another nice, really robust, cracking crime novel there. And I can understand why there are collectors who just collect the crime, because they are so nice. Biography now, number 128, which is Lord of Arabia, H.C. Armstrong. Miscellaneous again, so this is 129 and 130, which is the weekend book, which is sort of things to do at the weekend, should you have a moment to spare. 129 and 130. 131, this one I find quite common. Now you should be able to pick up a copy of this, and this is 10-Minute Alibi. So this is certainly one of the more common crime titles of the period. So they're not all a fortune. This one, once again, very, very common. Mr. Perrin and Mr. Trowell. Hugh Walpole, really nice, bright copy of that one, considering its age. 133, Watkins' Last Expedition, illustrated. Nice travel one in its wrapper. And I have to say, I am quite a fan of some of these early travel ones. They're great, even today. Carl and Anna, 134. 7 Red Sundays, 135. Vile Bodies, Evelyn Waugh, absolute classic. And this was the first ever Penguin edition of that one. 1938 we are, so we've moved on a year. Death at Swailing Court, J.J. Connington. By the time we finish the first 1,000, we'll be on, I think it's about 1956, just to give you a little idea of how many we've got to get through. Certainly the war years are going to be, there's some great stuff in there. I might even have to split those into like extra videos because there's so much to talk about. 138, which is Beverly Nichols' Self. Now, the list of every single book is now gone, and it just lists some of the names that are published within Penguin. 138. And 139 is this one, which is a flying penguin. And I believe this recounts First World War. A First World War recollection, as I recall, of a guy there in the very birth of the Royal Flying Corps. Now I'm just going to pause there, and I'm going to make us a bit more room, and then we'll be able to carry on. Okay, so here's number 140, which is Cold Comfort Farm. Certainly not the best condition copy I've got of that one, but I believe it's quite a scarce one, that, but certainly one I'd like to upgrade because it's a bit of a classic, isn't it? Right next to one which is in beautiful condition, 141, I Find Four People. Biography again, absolutely, you could say almost unread, that one. In fact, it probably is unread. 142, nice juicy crime one again, Spiderweb by Alice Campbell. 143, Fontamara. 144 is 20 Years a Growing, more so Sullivan. Now this is another one in 2 volumes, so 145 and 146, else it would have made a very, very thick Penguin, wouldn't it? And that's the Paradigm Case. Pop those back there. Man in the Red Hat, Richard Caverne. Just an author you just don't really hear or associate with crime books anymore, but back then, and certainly in Penguin's early years, he had lots of books published by them. The Land That God Gave Cain, number 148. And 149 is another one of those flying penguins, and this is Winged Warfare. 150, so halfway through, is the Miracle of Piley, J.L. Campbell. Now, the next one starts a little run of 10 crime books, I believe. 151 is The Invisible Man, one of my all-time favourite H.G. Wells books. That's a really nice copy there. And I have also got, so that's the first edition of the Invisible Man, and I think this is like the first reprint, so let's just double check that. Yeah, so that's the first from 1938, and this one is the reprint in dust wrapper from 1939. But I've kept a couple of copies of that one because I just love it as one of my favourite books, and that's such. I love reading these early Penguin books. They're beautifully typeset. It's one of the real attractions to them. To me, they're so nice to actually physically read. Another absolute cracker here, Naomi Marsh's Enter a Murderer. Now all of these, alas, are going to be quite pricey. They're all going to be £20 each or more, depending on if they're in a wrapper or not, and depending on condition. Anthony Berkeley's Piccadilly Murder, House on Tullard Ridge, John Road, Murder at Crome House. That one looks a bit worn, doesn't it? That could do with a bit of an upgrade. Number 155. Red House Mystery, A.A. Milne, famous of course for Winnie the Pooh, but he did also write that crime novel, which got reprinted a few years back, sort of rediscovered. Sax Rohmer, Mystery of Dr. Fu Manchu. I absolutely love the Fu Manchu books. 1938, that one in a wrapper. Very, very nice copy, that one. 158 is The Waxworks Murder, John Dixon Carr, and the 159, Dangerfield Talisman, J.J. Connington, and there's one more in this little run of crime, which is number 160, which is Obelisks at Sea by C. Daly King, which is brilliant, isn't it? All of those are just fantastic. A big run of crime books there. Then we're on to number 160, so North to the Orient. Also in a wrapper. This is quite nice. So on this wrapper, you see that down in the little corner there, you see that reading case label. So if you bought a Penguin reading case, and I do have some of these, so I shall dig them out maybe for the next video. You could trim the wrapper like that, and then stick that onto the spine of it, and it would make your Penguin paperback a bit more of a permanent fixture in a hardback. 162 is Osbert Sitwell, which is before the bombardment. Once again, the back's very much changed. So look, it's just got the latest crime titles, the latest travel and biographies. Complete list inside. So looking inside here, yeah, we do see quite a bit in there, and the odd advert, which is starting to creep in. So that's interesting, isn't it? There we are, there's the list there. Obviously, there's far too many books now to list them all on the back cover, so they have to list them as part of the book. Charlton, an autobiography. Next one's a double volume again, so 164 and 165, which is Queer Street by Edward Shanks. 166 is The Centaur, Algernon Blackwood. 167, The Unseemly Adventure, Rolf Strauss. I wonder what was unseemly about it, eh? House of Exile, Nora Walm, travel one there. And then 169 is As We Were, E.F. Benson. Absolutely no sign of any sort of paper rationing creeping in at all just yet. Number 170, so this is the second book of selected short stories. A few more familiar names in there. I see John Collier, T.A.F. Powys, V.S. Pritchard, Lewis Golden, so some good names in there. Number 170. 171 is Peking Picnic, Anne Bridge. And I'm just wondering if you're watching these and you come across one that you need. Oh, there it is. That's what it looks like. So it does exist, because some of these did take quite a bit of tracking down, I have to say. 172 is The Crescent Moon, Francis Brett Young. Interestingly, this is the first time I've spotted any mention of the Penguin specials. Now, I have covered the complete Penguin specials up until the late 60s, right from the early days, and they are in a separate video. Just check my Penguin playlist and you'll see those. 173, Edith Wharton, Etham Frome. Move those over there because we are on the home stretch now. 174, so Kai Lung's Golden Hours. 175, Crew Train, Rose Macaulay. The Grand Babylon Hotel, Arnold Bennett. 177, Ragged Banners, Ethel Manning. I believe that's quite a tough one to get as well, as fiction ones go. Some of those fiction titles are much harder to get than you think sometimes. 178, Chaos Is Come Again. And I say that because time and again I'd be getting dealers' catalogues when I was, when they used to do catalogues in a physical form, and it would be the same books that would be missing, even though they weren't crime, they were the same sort of fiction titles. That's very nice. It's 179, Black Mischief, a nice Evelyn Waugh again, and this one is 1938 in its wrapper. Nice vintage signature there. Owner's copy, can't quite decipher whose that was. Looks like so-and-so in London, 38, as in 1938, which is when that one came out. It would be lovely just to have the ability to think, who actually owned that book? What did they do? What was their story? It'd be amazing. 180, Tales from Chekhov. 181, An Innkeeper's Diary, John Fothergill. Night Flight, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Exupéry, this is another classic. Travel Now, Night of the Firecrest, yet another classic, a travel writing classic, still in print today, I believe. 184 is Selected Short Stories of Saki. Saki very much still in print and regarded as a modern classic. Confessions of a Young Man, George Moore. 185. 186, Norman Collins. That's got a bit, you can see where that's been left out, and it's sort of stained. One thing you do notice, because back in the day, it's hard to think now, but books were stored and people were smoking pipes and cigars, and they had open log fires. So if you look at some of these spines here, some of them are very much faded and worn or yellowed, and that's generally down to like smoking damage. 187, the Egypt's Gold. Nice copy of that one. That one's got the dust wrapper flap intact inside. Back to a crime one. We haven't seen any of them for a while. So 188 is Murder in the Maze, J.J. Connington. 189, But Soft We Are Observed, Hilaire Belloc. He would publish a lot more of his books later on. 190, Death of My Aunt, real nice crime title that. (191) Ordinary Families, E. Arnott Robertson. Barnum Rectory, 192. Travel Again, Sledge, Martin Lindsay. Nice wrappered copy of that particular one. In fact, it looks virtually unread. 194 is Helene, Vicky Ball. 195 is The City of Beautiful Nonsense, E. Temple Thurston. 196 is another one by A.A. Milne, the Winnie the Pooh creator, 4 plays by A.A. Milne. Nice to have that one. Something like the red. Oliver Schreiner, Story of an African Farm, 197. Another travel one, which is 198, Amateur Adventure. Now, I'm trying to think if this is one of the ones I read fairly recently. No, it's not the one I was thinking of, but still, once again, nice copy of that one, number 198. 199 is In the Midst of Life, Ambrose Bierce. And then number 200 is Back to Methuselah, Bernard Shaw. And as we go through these, you will notice that some of the anniversary editions are often reserved for Bernard Shaw. And this one is published in 1939. So those 200 issues covering just a couple of years in Penguin's early history. Right then, so here we are with Penguin number 201, The Daring Young Men on the Flying Trapeze. And just to put this one into age context, this is 1939 for the first Penguin edition. On the back, they're showing the latest editions in Pelicans for March 39, Penguins for April and May 1939. And basically they've got from 190 up to number 210. Next one we've got is number 202, which is The Escaping Club, A.J. Evans. This one's in a wrapper. This is one of those great books which is a First World War escape story. I absolutely love these, and there's a few of these in this batch of 100. They were published, pretty much at the start of the Second World War, and later on they almost became manuals for actual Second World War prisoner of war captives who sort of hid them in the camps and used them almost for tips and tricks about how to get out. 203 is The Colonel's Daughter. And then 204, sort of in the very light lilac colours, grey steel. H.C. Armstrong, it's biography, that one. Number 204. 205 is another travel and adventure title, From Red Sea to Blue Nile. And we will see as time goes along, because there has been the outbreak of war, we will start to see the first signs of paper rationing. 206 here. A bit of a beaten up old copy, but that's Frost in May. 207 is a biography of Captain Scott. It's also in a nice dust wrapper. And I think these are clipping into still 1939, but we're almost into the books that started to be published in 1940. And come the end of 1940 into 41, you start to see the first real signs of paper rationing affecting Penguin's output. At the moment, these are still, they're not as chunky, I would say, as the books from a couple of years earlier, and they're still, you know, beautiful products in their own right, but already you can start to sort of feel this ever so slight difference in the page quality of these. This is 208, Bardley's The Magnificent, Raphael Sabatini. This is a nice copy of this one, which is the first crime one in the 200s, number 209, which is number 17. Not actually number 17, I said number 209. J. Jefferson Farjon. Nice copy in a dust wrapper there. A little bit of foxing underneath, but still nice copy of that one. And that was 209. And then 210 is Naomi Marsh's A Man Lay Dead. Another one in a wrapper. Good stuff. I love my crime books. 211 is Pip by Ian Hay. And 212 is Literary Lapses, Stephen Leacock. Exactly the same on the back. These are all designed at the same time. Joanna Cannon, High Table, 213. Many Cargoes, W. Jacobs. That's 214. And 215 is Store of Ladies, Lewis Golding. I would imagine these have probably got, some of these have probably got adverts at the back. Yeah, this has got house ads. And there's an ad for 3 Nuns tobacco, pipe tobacco. It's got an internal list as well. Bit of a beaten up old copy, that one, but I'm not complaining. And then 216 is Henry Wade's The Verdict of You All. That's the first sort of stack. That was the first of 5 crime ones. So the next one's Gladys Mitchell, Death at the Opera. This is another nice crime one. All of these crime ones, sadly, are proven to be quite expensive these days. And well, if you ever see any out and about, even reprints are worth picking up. 218, a bit of a thick one. This is Missing from Home, thick for the period. Well, we got just over 300 pages. Oh, there's an advert for a particularly nice Pelican special that I really love. Robert Gibbings' Blue Angels and Whales. That was 218. 219 is Police at the Funeral, Marjorie Allingham. And 220 was An Oxford Tragedy, J.C. Masterman. That one's also in a wrapper, that one. Really nice underneath. The wrapper's kept that one nice and clean. So again, a tiny bit of foxing on those, but you have to remember these books are still 80 years old, which is crazy when you think about it. A biography. They made a big bone about it being a new biography of de Valera. That was 221, very dark blue. And this one, Oliver Onions. What sort of a name's that, eh? Widdershins, 222, all the 2s. 222. 223 is Two Vagabonds in Serbia and Montenegro. This one's still in print today and is regarded, I think, as a bit of a classic of its sort in the travel genre. 224 is The Camberwell Miracle, J.D. Beresford. Bit of a beaten up old copy of that one as well. That's on the old upgrade list. Compared to this one, which is, you know, really nice. 225, Ebony and Ivory. 226 is Across Lapland, Olive Murray Chapman. A travel title there. Then we've got another crime one, The Fleet Hall Inheritance, Richard Caverne. We've seen his name a few times already, haven't we, in Penguin's output. Let's just check the date of this, see if we are into 1940 yet. Nope, still 1939. Devil at Saxon Hall, Gladys Mitchell. 228. 229, the first of many C.S. Forester novels published by Penguin. This isn't a Hornblower one, but they do end up publishing the whole run later on. I think bar the last couple, which end up going to Pan, but the main run of Hornblower are all published in Penguin, and we will see the first few of those before the first 1,000 are out. But this is one of his earlier non-Hornblower novels, and that's The Gun. One of my favourite authors, C.S. Forester. If you've never read him, they still are an excellent read. William Bolitho, 12 Against the Gods, the biography title there. That's number 230. And the final one on this stack is a bit of a classic, really, All Passion Spent by Vita Sackville West. 231, and we're still, it's showing the very tail end issues of 1939. Yeah, still 1939. Particularly nice, although not in a wrapper, that's a particularly nice, really robust, clean, bright copy of that particular one. Right, I'm just going to pause there, make a little bit more room, and then we'll get on to the next ones. Okay then, so this is 232, National Velvet, Enid Bagnall. Now, I'm not really sure of the significance of the drawing of a horse there. Obviously, it ties in with the actual story, but a bit like when they put that little cannon on the cover of The Gun by C.S. Forester. It's like Penguin are just dipping their toe into putting a little illustration on the front. I do not think that works in the slightest on this one. It looks awful, in my opinion, but that's number 232. 233 is Those Greenland Days, Martin Lindsay, travel and adventure again. 233. Now this is a nice one. 234. This is in the Miscellaneous series, and it's a book of LEAR, the Penguin Book of LEAR. Really, really nice edition, this one, as you can see. Just trying to see who the... Oh, look, this one's got a couple of little reviews in. I wanted to see who the illustrator was, because I can't. They're not credited. But as you can see, that's a particularly nice little copy of a book of LEAR. Very interesting to know that the quality of the cover has changed. So this is, it's hard to describe, but the quality of the paper being used has definitely changed. And this is the first sort of hints that we've got of paper rationing coming in, and Penguin trying to be a bit prudent with their paper allowance. 235 is James Hilton's The Passionate Year. And 236 is The South Seaman, Weston Martyr. That one's still in a traditional dust wrapper. Nice and clean underneath. 237 is Go She Must. Go She Must, David Garnett. A straight fiction. And then 238 is another one under the Miscellaneous series, quite a famous one in fact, by Isaac Walton, The Complete Angler. This one's got some nice wood engravings by Gertrude Hermes, it says. Not many, but there's a few in there, which Penguin certainly liked to produce some of those around this time, didn't it? And that's a particularly nice one there as well. So it's the Complete Angler, still in print today, that one. That's 238. 239 is Stealthy Terror. This sort of says a lot about Penguin crime of this period, by John Ferguson. A lovely little period of this, a really nice run. White Cockatoo, M.G. Eberhardt. This is one I found particularly difficult to get in first edition. Only got a copy recently, because up until then I only had a reprint of it. 241, a Windjammer's Half Deck, Shalimar. He did the naval books. This one is 1940s. This is the first one dated 1940 inside. We've got the start of adverts on the back now. This is for Army Club cigarettes, and you'd find that with more and more people ending up into the services, Penguin started getting more and more adverts. There's the Three Nuns Pipe Tobacco again, and these are really nice. These little like house ads inside. Those are for travel and adventure ones. I said there are sites dedicated to just the travel and adventure books. Cadbury's Born Vita. How sound sleep helps nerves. There you go. So that's 241. Windjammer's Half Deck. 242. Hindu Holiday. J.R. Ackerley. 243 is The Tavern Knight, Raphael Sabatini again. Then 244, another quite scarce one, Crump Folk Going Home. This one's got a different advert on the back. This is for Norvik Shoes. They did a lot of advertising in Penguin of this period. Here's the fabled penguin pen. So look, write and tell them with a penguin pen. So this is a penguin fountain pen. Now, none of these have surfaced. It's still like no one's ever... It's amazing, unless the pen itself didn't have any sort of penguin marking on it. But there's no sort of record of the penguin pen except in the adverts. As we go a little bit later on into the war years, you see a picture of penguin pen poking Hitler at the bum. And I'm sure we'll come across that advert later on. This is very nice. This is very nice. So another wartime influence. So we've got down there a little air raid warden with the penguin with a tin hat on in a dugout there. Really nice. I mean, it's evocative of the times that these were produced, and by now, we were only 1 year away in Britain from the Blitz, and things were starting to look pretty grim for the UK. 245, the Brontes went to wars. And when you think of what was happening in the world at this time, Penguin kept pumping out the quality literature, didn't they? Barber of Putney, J.B. Morton, that's Beachcomber again. 246. 247 was Adrian Bell's Corduroy. 247. And then 248, still in a wrapper, was Triple Fugue, Osbert Sitwell, very popular author back then, 1940. Start another run here, and a couple of crime ones. So anything crime between basically this number and number 500, you are sort of talking quite big money now. I think these ones here, not maybe, well, we'll get to them in a minute, but I think these ones here, we are talking at least like £30 a pop now for these, which is crazy really, but I guess it's down to demand and availability, and the crime books were notoriously read to death, so that's why they're scarce. Speaking of death, In Ecstasy there, Naomi Marsh, number 249, yeah, real crime mainstay. 250 is Poison in Jest, John Dixon Carr, this one in a wrapper. Obviously any of these in wrappers now are going to be scarce. 251, a real classic, once again still in print today, The Ragged Trousered Philanthropists, Robert Tressel. Absolutely classic book if you've never read this one. It does come highly recommended as one you should, everyone should have had a little read of that one. 252 is Fate Cannot Harm Me. Advert for Jaeger on the back there. There are Jaeger agents all over the country. Well, is that right? One in Torquay, I see, quite close to where I live. Another Naomi Marsh, Vintage Murder, 253. This one's still in its dust wrapper. There we are. I've read a few of hers, they're actually really good, but Christie is still my favourite. Away from It All, Cedric Belfrage. Okay. What's that inside there? Ah, there we are. Can you write? Well, I've dabbled. 255, Arctic Village, Robert Marshall. Nice robust copy of that one. 256, Hag's Nook. This one does turn up actually. We're talking about how scarce the crime books are. This is one of those ones that does actually turn up on most sort of catalogues, so you probably will be able to get that one without too much difficulty. 257, so it's a Battlefield, Graham Greene, another classic to be honest. Certainly a nice edition of that one, and any fans of Graham Greene would have no doubt read that one. 258 is Wild Oats, really nice nice travel and adventure book there, Eric Musprat. This one, I mean, that seems absolutely almost brand new, doesn't it? When you think of its age, 1940, you know, 80 years old, and it doesn't look a day old. I mean, that is literally mint, absolutely mint. That one, really nice copy of that. 259 is Captain Albert Ball, biography title, and then 260 is the Penguin Problems book. Now, Penguin did do a lot of problem books, and they did puzzle books and crossword books as well, and they came out during this very sort of scarce period in Penguin's history, so copies are generally quite hard to get hold of, and they weren't the sort of thing that people kept on their shelves for very long, so consequently those particular editions can be quite sought after. This one's got a bit of a folded over dust wrapper there, Marching on Tanga, Francis Brett Young. This is number 261. Pop that one there. 262, Spanish Gold, George A. Birmingham. That was 262. 263 is St. Martin's Summer. Now, one thing I did want, absolutely forgot to say about this one. So this one here, Marching on Tangier, is actually a travel book. It's a travel and adventure title, but it was published by mistake in the orange fiction colours. When it was reprinted, they reprinted it in the correct cerise colours of the travel, but that was just a little mistake that crept in, no doubt in the craziness of wartime. Adrian Bell there, 264, The Cherry Tree. Once again, quite a common little book, that one, to get your hands on. And then 265, Boule de Self, Guy de Massapin. Now, it was around this sort of time that Penguin dropped dust wrappers altogether. They did dust wrapper flaps. So what I'm going to do, we're quite packed again, so I'm going to make a little bit more room, and then we'll just do the last batch. So here's number 256. This is the Dying Older Man, Henry Wade. Another little crime title, still in a wrapper. I love it when they put like the where the action takes place in a book. Just love those. You notice now we've got the more up-to-date Penguin logo as well. Oh, well, very much changed now. 267 is Told by an Idiot, Rose Macaulay. On the back there, we just got some of the latest Penguins. So this basically lists everything we've just seen from 241 to 260 on the back there. Number 268 is Jurgen, James Branch Cabell. There's also in a dust wrapper, that one, to keep it tidy underneath. I said a lot of these, although I've got the dust wrappers for them, I don't keep them on the books because they're probably so beaten up and worn that the books look great without them on. Canon in Residence, V.L. Whitechurch, 269. 270 is Right Off the Map, C.E. Montague. 271, The English Miss. So this is one which I could use upgrading, but the thing is, when you get to this period, oh, this is quite interesting. So this is the first one we've come across, 271, where it's got what we call dust wrapper flaps. So it gives the impression that there is a dust wrapper on it, but there isn't one. And this is simply because of the paper rationing that's been kicking in. And this is a very clear indication that it really is starting to bite. And, you know, by the next video, when we get into the 400s, the 3 to 400s, you're going to see it like you wouldn't believe. But anyway, that's what they call dust wrapper flaps. And that was the first one of those we've seen, which is 271. So dust wrappers pretty much have completely been dropped now. 272, The Wanderer of 1,000 Hills. This is one of my very poor condition ones, which 273. I did find one recently, a better copy of this, and I forgot to buy it. I was gutted because I found one for a tenner. It was absolutely mint, and I just didn't get the chance to get it in the end. But that's how it goes sometimes. 274. So this is the first one of plays that we've seen in this 100, and it's Oscar Wilde's Importance of Being Earnest and Lady Windermere's Fan. So that's a nice plays one for 274. 275 is The Sea Captain, H.C. Bailey. And the books generally are getting a lot thinner now, and they're getting lighter because the paper being used is just not so good. Thin little crime one now, 276, which is The Case of the Late Pig. Once again, this will turn up. You can find these, but this one's got no dust wrapper flaps. It's got the little sticker on there if you wanted to put it into the reading case there. I wonder if they chose this one because paper rationing was tight. It's only 127 pages. Maybe they chose that one because it was so short. I don't know. A lilac one again, 277, a biography. Fragments from My Diary, Maxim Gorky. 278, Silver Lay, Adrian Bell. This one is in a dust wrapper, and although we've seen some with dust wrapper flaps, the thing is we're viewing these numerically, and although it's close to publication order, it's not exactly publication order, and that's why we're seeing some much thinner than others. It just depends when they were actually printed. 279, another one which isn't massively difficult to get as a crime title. Sheridan Le Fanu's Uncle Silas, which this is a great little book there. Once again, look, the adverts are coming in. A really nice one from Cadbury's there. If it's chocolate, then it's food. Milk chocolate, feeds you on your feet. Well, who am I to argue, eh? Just the one advert there by the look of it on the back. 1940. Next is a yellow one for number 280, and this is the first of what will be many Penguin crossword puzzle books. All of them are scarce, particularly when you consider their age, and trying to find them untouched is even harder to do. Most of mine have, or in fact when you find them, it's usually the first couple of puzzles that have been done and then whoever's had it's given up. If I've had any and they've had puzzles done, I've always left them. I haven't been bothered to actually rub them out. This one does actually appear to be untouched, so that's quite nice. There's a little advert for another particularly good series that I love, which is the King Penguins. Now, I've almost got a set of King Penguins, almost, and as soon as I've got the set, there will be a 2-part video coming on those beautiful Penguin hardbacks, because they're just gorgeous. I'm almost there. Another one, 281, Within Four Walls, an absolutely fantastic First World War escape storybook that I can heartily recommend. I love this one, and I've read it a couple of times. Really, really good book. And once again, it was one of the few that they did at this period. Silence of Colonel Bramble, 282, straightforward fiction there. Once again, quite a thin little tome, just over 100 pages, that one. 283 is the first 100,000. Well, we're only doing the first 1,000, actually, Ian Hay. And that's that one. Now we're on to our last stack, so that the end is nigh. We've got At the Blue Gates, Richard Cavern, 284. A little bit of foxing on that one, but you know, with these crime, I'm just happy to have it. This is the last crime one we're going to be looking at in the first 300. Well, between 200 and 300. This is Public School Murder. I found this one at a jumble sale, I seem to remember, and I was rather delighted to see that it was a first edition from 1940. They did used to be out there back in the day. Another fantastic First World War escape story, Tunnelers of Holzminden. Quite a quick read, but fantastic if that's what you're into. Followed by this one, another First World War escape story, which is Cage Birds. So that's the 4, I believe, that they did, that they published in this period, and they were all, a lot of these were rebound as Forces Book Club editions and also as Prisoner of War editions, which will be the subject of a later video. 288 is a biography of Lawrence of Arabia. And then 289 is I Found No Peace, Webb Miller. 290, Russian Road to India by Kabul and Samarkand. Rosita Forbes, a travel book there. Quest for Corvo, A.J.A. Simmons, 291. Another plays. This is Anton Chekhov's 3 plays. I don't know if it lists. Yeah, so Cherry Orchard, Seagull, and The Wood Demon. They are the 3 plays in question. 293, Stella Gibbons, Nightingale Wood. And by this time, believe me, the books are getting really, really fragile. My copies are often ones which I've just been glad to get one to fill a gap. So you will start to see lesser grade copies going forward, simply because they're just harder to get nice ones of. That's 293. 294 is Siamese White, Maurice Collis. 294. 295 is The Times crossword puzzle book, another scarce book. This one. This has got dust wrapper flaps. That one's actually been clipped. This one's not in. It seems nice and bright, doesn't it? So it's nice nick. I don't know if any have been attempted. No, that seems a really nice copy of that. 295. Another another really nice book, this one, which is the Natural History of Selborne. You can't help thinking that, you know, why didn't they do this as a Pelican? I honestly don't know. The Penguin Books is in a different font, you'll notice down the bottom. Real oddity, this one, and it is published as a miscellaneous title, but it just, to me, would have been more appropriate to have published this as a Pelican book, but no doubt they had their reasons. I don't know what those reasons were, but that's 296. 297. I think this is my all-time favourite George Orwell. I've read everything he ever wrote, pretty much, and of the standalone books that he published, this is my favourite one. If you've never read it, I highly recommend it. You can see it's super thin, but this is where he posed as a down and out in Paris, first of all, and then came back to London and did the same. His experiences when he's in Paris on a minimal wage, taking a job as what they call a le plongeur, which was like a pot washer basically in a hotel. That existence day to day it's just unforgettable. It's fantastic, and all I can say is I recommend it. If you've never read any Orwell, forget 1984, forget Animal Farm, give that one a read because it's brilliant. 298, Juju and Justice in Nigeria, another scarce travel adventure book, very, very scarce. 299, Life of Mary Kingsley, Stephen Gwynn. And then the last one, once again, the anniversary, number 300, given to Bernard Shaw, big friend of Alan Lane, the publisher, for his play of Pygmalion, which ended the first 300. Very nice there for the forces. So leave this book at a post office when you've read it, so that men and women in the services may enjoy it too. Absolutely fantastic. So we start with number 301, which is The Three Hunting Horns by Mary Fitt. Not the greatest of copies, but some of these I'm more than happy just to own them, and eventually if a better one will come on my way, obviously I'll upgrade it, but in the meantime I'm more than happy to own a copy. This one's got a little 80 pence there on the front. If only, eh? From now on, any sort of crime titles between 300 and 500, you are talking sort of serious money nowadays, and I was just lucky that I was able to pick up what I did when I did. 302, some of these I've bagged up just to protect them more than anything. I could use bagging up some of my more fragile ones. 302 is another crime one, which is Murder in Hospital. I seem to remember picking this one up at a boot sale many years ago, sort of late 80s, I think, and for years it was the only sort of wartime one that I had. What we'll start to see, and what we saw a bit of in the last video, is that the actual quality of the paper on these is certainly getting worn, and that makes these crime books all the more sort of sought after and fragile, because they just haven't really survived. 303 then, The Eyes of Max Carados, and these were published in December 1940, just to put these into age perspective. And then 304 is another crime one, Half-Mast Murder. Now a lot of these only ever had one print run, and the print runs varied from 25,000 to 50,000, sometimes more. At the peak of the Blitz, often less, which makes these even harder to get hold of. These crime books, I mean, that's probably like £100, that one book on its own. It's just crazy, just crazy. Now the next two are actually quite easy to get. So it's Penguin New Writing, volumes 1 and 2, and Penguin made a bit of a mistake here, because they released them both with the same number, which is 305. So that's the actual first 305, which is this one, volume 1 of New Writing. And then they just released volume 2, but they used the same number again. It was a bit of a mistake, but you know, there was a lot going on at that time. So this was actually published in January 1941, so it's a whole sort of a year later for this second one. But I keep them both together as part of the main series. but you may see them turn up in sets of Penguin New Writing. Number 306 is Welsh Short Stories, still in December 1940. This one's got the dust wrapper flap still in evidence there. They didn't all have this by any means, with the little box you could cut out there. And you get an idea of just how thin and fragile the paper is by this time. And it's actually going to get worse, if you can believe it. The books actually get even more fragile. So I'm being extra super careful with my copies of these. 307 is Old Junk. So if you see any Penguin between 300 and 500, pick it up. Even some of the reprints are worth having, because collectors will have those just to make do, basically. 308 is Night Watches, W. Jacobs. And there's actually 2 books in the first, between 300 and 400, that I'm still looking for myself. So when we get to those, I will I'll pop a little picture of the ones in, because we are trying to show every single book in the first 1,000. I'm actually missing more in the first, between 400 and 500 than 3 and 4. So number 309 is Eastern Flights, Alan Bott. Alan Bott went on to become a publisher, and he formed Pan Books, which later became a big Penguin rival, of course. But Alan Bott, yeah, founder of Pan Books, was actually published in Penguin. Quite interesting, isn't it? Another travel one here, number 310, My Journey to Laser, Alexandra David Neal. Quite a robust one for a wartime. Very robust one now, which is number 311. So it's a bit of a classic, isn't it? Howard's End, E.M. Forster. It may well be that this was, yes, it doesn't feel quite the same poor quality. It may be that that was actually printed a little bit before some of the other ones that we've already seen. 312 is Untouchable. I'm not going to try and pronounce the author's name. 30p. I think it would probably be a little bit more expensive nowadays. This one's in a bag, because it's quite a sought after one, which is Top Story Murder by Anthony Berkeley, 313. We're into February 1941 now. Advert for Greys. So some crime books had plain backs. Some, Penguins in general had plain backs, and some of them had advertising backs, and that would be, say the book had a print run of 25,000, the advertiser might just pay for advertising on the first 10,000, so that would be why. 314, Along This Way. It's one you don't see very often. Autobiography of James Weldon Johnson. 315, another very sought after title, The Land of the Blue Poppy. It's travels of a naturalist in eastern Tibet. This is still very much sought after as a travel book, one of the very fragile issues. You can see the quality of the paper here. Only ever had the one printing back then, 1941. Number 315. 316, this one is a little bit more common, and this is Modern American Short Stories. This is number 316. And the last one in this particular pile is 317, which is another gorgeous crime title, Rarity by Josephine Bell, and that's Fall Over Cliff. Once again, a very, very nice copy of that one. That's the first little wedge. Now I'm going to make a tiny bit more room, so let's just pause there a moment. So 318 and 319 are the two-volume edition of I, Claudius by Robert Graves. Absolutely love the two Claudius books, and Claudius the God does come a little bit later in Penguin, also in 2 volumes. Penguin did go on to release it in a 1-volume edition, and they just numbered it number 318. So the two Claudius books are particularly nice, very early Robert Graves. Now this is interesting, so 320 is Sunshine Sketches of a Little Town by Stephen Leacock, and this is interesting because this has got that blank back, although someone's done a bit of penciling on there. So this is, you know, what Penguin collectors would call a bit of a variation. I don't know if I've still got any where they've got where I've got like a blank back cover and an advertising blank cover, but I used to have a few different variations. Now this one here, number 321, I think is underrated. It's actually very, very scarce to find in nice condition as an original Penguin. Mr. Norris Changes Trains. It's not the rarest orange by any means, but I think it's much harder to find than some people might think. But really nice copy of that one, actually. That's really nice. 321. 322, another tricky one that you might need to take a bit of time to track down, is the 3 Friends. Some of these really are, you can't understate just how difficult they are to find in first Penguin edition. Some of them never got a reprint until the 1950s, so they really are quite tricky to track down. 323, this is a bit more common. I Will Maintain by Marjorie Bowen. 323. 324 is False Spring. This is by Beatrice Keane Seymour. Colonus Dental Cream. Toothpaste to you and me. Got a little bit of foxing on the edge there, but these are, honestly, these are so fragile. I should really have them all bagged up, to be honest. 325 is Men in Chains, Marcus Clarke. Notice the price has gone up to 9p now. And this particular one, although we're in a run from 1941, this actual number didn't actually get used until July 1944. So that's when that one actually dates from. But numerically, as we're going through these, that's where that one fits in. 326 is one that's quite common, and that's Cactus. I've had a couple of copies of this. I think it must have been, must have had quite a big print run, this one, which is this one by Ethel Manning. Unlike the next one, which is number 327, which is Full House, which is one of the 2 that I need in this 100. So I'm still after that one. So I'll pop a picture of it in, just so you know what it looks like. 328 is a particularly nice bright copy of Invitation to the Waltz, Rosamund Lehman. Very nice copy of that one. Almost, you could say, as new. Almost. Unfortunately, they're not all like that. 329, there we go, the very next one. Another scarce one. No Walls of Jasper, Joanna Cannon. Very, very scarce and fragile edition of 329. Next one we've got is 330. Oh, and there we are. We were just wondering if we had 2 editions. So I've got 2 copies of 330. And one has got the Pears advert on the back, and one is a plain back. Yeah, I would imagine these are both first editions, first Penguins. And that's what they were like. So this one here, yeah, that's a first from 1941. And this one with the advert on is the same. So they're both the same printing, both first edition from 1941, but one with a plain back and one without. So Jif would have done a deal with Penguin there. Look at that there, little turned over corner with Penguin there, and they would have paid for so many copies to have their advert on the back. and then the rest of the run would have been done without any advert at all. Also, that particular book, they did publish a second volume, which we'll see a bit later, number 396, and that's published in the yellow miscellaneous covers. But for some reason, they put that edition in the fiction covers. Next is When William Came by Saki, H. Munro. Nice copy of that one, number 331. 332, very, very thin penguin. It's The Bridges of San Luis Rey. And when you think just a couple of years ago, oh no, that's quite nice. Got a nice period review. I like it when I find those in them. When you think how robust and gorgeous those early penguins were of just say 5 years prior to this, it's just another time, isn't it? And you can see how the paper rationing has really taken effect. Obviously, this is 1941, 1942. Britain is in the height of the Blitz, and well, to keep such a run of publishing going at all was frankly a miracle. 333 is Russian Short Stories, another fairly thin little volume. 334 was a biography, and it's the first of those we've seen this 100. It's the biography of Sir Walter Raleigh, Eric Eccleston. One of my favourite authors, H.G. Wells. And this is Kipps, and this is Penguin 335. This is a much more robust edition because it's basically it's just under 300 pages, so quite a nice copy of that one. This is scarce. This is 336, which is Fishmonger's Fiddle. Very, very scarce little book. This one was also didn't get published until 1942, so I would, although these are all rare, believe me, these are rare books. I believe the period between 400 and about, well, 500, just under, are even rarer to get hold of. 337, so this is actually quite a common, if there was any of them that were more common than others, it's Jumping Jenny. This one does turn out number 337. This is another one with a plain white back, so it may have been the tail end of the run which managed to not get any advertising put on it. 338, well, this is the first of what will become quite a series in Penguin, and that's the Famous Trials series. This is by far the hardest one to get, 338, and well, yeah, look, the trial of Dr. Cripp in there. These are really good if you've never read the Famous Trials. It's a very early true crime, and oh, they come recommended, those. 339 is High Rising, Angela Thurkel. Bit foxed, that one, as you can see, but as I said at the start, on some of these I'm just glad to have a copy. I don't care what condition it's in. Literally, I'll take them coverless if that's all it took. 340, Rose Macaulay, Orphan Island. Nice copy of that. It's interesting, number 341, which is in the miscellaneous. So this, when it was published, would have been a nice bright yellow, and you can see this has got a bit of aging on it. Timothy Shy. Now, I always remember this one's got quite a funny, Penguin would do a little biography of the author, and Timothy Shy, all he had on him at the time for his biography picture was, I believe that's a picture of him as a young boy. Crazy, isn't it? All for the Forces. Very, very fragile little volume, this one. 1941. You can see, you just see how thin the paper is. It's just, there's nothing to it. If you hold it up, you could see literally right through it. 342 is Farewell Victoria by T.H. White. Another super thin, super rare edition. Very nice bright copy of that one. And the last one on this particular stack is another one by my favourite, The War in the Air by H.G. Wells. A nice robust copy of this one. I've had this one a long time, 343. Penguin published all the H.G. Wells books, and this is no exception. Excellent stuff. I really like H.G. Wells. So I'm just going to pause there once more, get the next stack ready. So the next ones I've got is actually a 3-volume set. So this is Oil Paint and Grease Paint, the autobiography of the artist Laura Knight. And Penguin, due to paper rationing, published this in 3 separate volumes. When you find them, they do usually turn up in sets, and I seem to remember I bought mine as a set. I don't think any one is rarer than the other. If you're going to find them, you'll probably find them as a set. Next one is 347, which is Trade Winds, which is another travel and adventure title. Louis Kornitzer. And then 348 is perhaps one of the most famous rare penguins, and that's Biggles Flies Again by W.E. Johns. Now, most collectors agree that this book isn't as rare as any of some of the other ones, but it's definitely in demand because it's a penguin. It's, as well as it being a hard wartime penguin, it's also a Biggles first edition. So the W.E. Johns collectors are after this one as well. I believe there was only the one printing of it, and I was quite lucky. I got this one many years ago off eBay. I got this one, in actual fact. Paid just over, I think I paid about £105 for it, which is, at the time, was definitely the most I'd ever paid for a single wartime paperback. I've seen these actually sell on eBay 2 or 3 times now for 500 quid. So if you ever come across one of these, and it's really nice condition, this is a particularly nice one. There's a very little bit of spine fading, but that's bright, robust, it's perfect inside. You know, you are looking at about £500 for one of those. Probably the most expensive penguin out there, but not the rarest, I don't think. 349 then, so all the Penguin crossword books are scarce. Some, I mean, this one's actually not too bad. Some of them really are hard to get, and just be grateful to find them in any sort of condition, really. But that's 349. 350 is Silk, a Legend, Samuel Merwin. That's 350. And these really are quite delicate and rare books we're looking at now. They really, really are. So I'm not rushing my way through it. Next, a bit of a beaten up old copy, but it is at least a copy. And that's 351, He Laughed at Murder. Now, in the next 100 that we've got, I was able to replace a part of the cover and the spine of one of my rare books, Murder at the Admiralty, and with a little bit from a friend of mine who is a graphic designer. So he photoshopped a new sort of cover for me. I reckon I could probably do something with this one to improve it. But for the time being, it's a first edition. It's rare, super, super rare. I'm glad to have a copy in any condition. But that's one on my little list for upgrading. 352 is Modern One-Act Plays. And there's one there, The Seventh Man, Michael Redgrave. I don't know if he's related to the Redgraves that we know of today. Bet you he is. Then we got a little run of crime titles. So 353 is Artists in Crime, Najir Marsh. These are all very expensive, I'm afraid to say. 354 is Murder of My Patient. And these will, you'll find these will be the ones on a lot of people's wants lists. 355 is The Nursing Home Murder. I seem to remember this was another one that I found in the wild. I was lucky to get. I did have a particularly good find of rare crime books. There was a brand new bookshop that had opened and he was predominantly a hardback first edition specialist, but the entire upstairs of his shop was just paperbacks. And when he opened, he said, sign up all paperbacks, £2 each or 3 for a fiver. So I went in, the guy had probably just finished unpacking his stock, and I went upstairs, and he must have had the best part of 2,000 penguins, and I started going through them, and I couldn't believe what I found. I was getting so many rare ones, just incredible. And I went back a couple of times afterwards, and I spent the best part of £200-300 with him at the time. Bearing in mind I was getting 3 for £5 and 3 for a fiver. That gives you an idea of how many I got. And I was getting doubles of some of them. I remember I got 2 copies of The General Goes Too Far, which is another very rare crime book. But I filled in loads of them. I think that may have come from that little find there. But that was back in the day. We're probably looking at best part of 20 years ago now. So probably not going to get that lucky again. That was £3.56. £3.57, another super thin little book here by Mark Connolly, Green Pastures. Now the next one is the last one that I haven't actually got for this 100, and that's £3.58, and that's the Daily Telegraph crossword puzzle book. So I'll pop a picture of that one in. £3.59 is another miscellaneous title, and that's The British Infantryman by Ian Hay. Very nice copy of that one. Very pleased to have that. Obviously the big money with these is spent on the crime books, but the other ones, you know, depending on how rare they are going to set you back a fortune. £3.60, Airfighter Scrapbook. This seems quite common as wartime travel and adventure goes. So, you know, I've seen a few copies of that, and that's an absolute classic, that particular book. That one's missing a cover price. I see they're very faint there. There's a 9D. So the booksellers probably had to just write the price on there. Number 361 is The Green Mirror by Hugh Walpole. Bit more of a thicker book there, just touching 300 pages. 362, Time Will Knit, Fred Urquhart. Not too bad a copy of that one, considering. 363, another fairly scarce travel title. That's Dialogue with Death, Arthur Koestler. Very, very fragile, these. Treating them with kid gloves. I did resist the urge of putting on any white gloves. So 364 is For Amazement Only, another one in the sort of the miscellaneous series. There's lots of puzzles and things in there to do. Nice little book, that one. Very, very thin. 365 is another wartime title, The Red Badge of Courage. Stephen Crane, a bit of Fox in that. This is one of my older ones that I've had for years. Possibly on my list of upgrading. You see the spine there's actually got a bit of loss on it. So that's one I'd like to get a better copy of now that I've had a look at it. 366 is Ballygullum, Lynn Doyle. All of these are so fragile. I do count myself very lucky to have got these when I did, but I have been collecting them for over 30 years now. 368, scarce title, The Silk Stockings Murders. Now all these crime ones are scarce. Now we're now into 1942, and anything between the next 3 years, you're just talking legendary scarcity. And some of these books, there's so few copies even known to exist. It's just bananas, really. I guess they must be out there somewhere, but blimmin' heck, you know. This is I think the second Times cross is actually, 367. So that was actually before the last one. It's slightly out of position, but this is another real scarce wartime crossword book, and that goes before The Silk Stockings Murder. So let's pop that one in its position. Next we've got 369, another travel classic, and that's A Naturalist Goes to War, Philip Gossey. All there, but just about. This next one is number 370. This is quite scarce. This is A Life of Shakespeare. This one's also got a plain back. This was published on the anniversary of Shakespeare's birth, and is a little biography of Shaky. Look at that. Penguin first, £2. Yeah, once again, it's one of those ones that probably be a little bit more than that these days. 371. I've seen big money on this book as well. Duer Rides. It must be one of those scarce orange fiction titles, but thankfully I've never had any. I got my copy without too much incident, but I've heard it's expensive. Last September, Elizabeth Bowen. So this one has seen better days. Another scarce, but it looks like it's got a little bit of water damage. It doesn't take much for these to get beaten up. It really doesn't, but at least it's a copy. 373, another super rare one, brass bounder. A lot of people finding this one difficult to get hold of. When you think these are virtually almost 80 years old, it puts an appreciation for such delicate bits of paper. And the last one on this stack is number 374, which is English Captain Tom Whittingham. This one has got a bit of loss on the back cover. This would be another one I would like to upgrade at some point, but you know, like all these wartime ones, they don't exactly turn out very often. So 375 is The Life of Nelson, Captain A.T. Mahan. The 4 by the Right Honourable A.V. Alexander. So there we are. That's a biography to kick us off on this last bit. 376 is Profiles from the New Yorker. So Penguin had a bit of a relationship with the New Yorker, and in fact towards the end of the war they reprinted the short story, well, the short non-fiction story Hiroshima by John Hershey, and that was also first printed in the New Yorker. Quite scarce, this one, but I believe there's a follow-up volume which is even scarcer. Now we have another run of super rare crime books, absolutely crazy. So 377 is A Bullet in the Ballet, Carl Brahms and S.J. Simon. Very, very scarce one there, number 377. 378 is Death in the Stocks, Georgette Hare. All of her crime books are super collectible in Penguin. That's a nice copy of that one, isn't it? Lightest Hint of Wear, 1942, but a particularly gorgeous copy of that one. That in itself is probably the best part of £100, that book. Another one by Marjorie Allingham. This is 379. This is Death of a Ghost. Another nice copy of a rare wartime crime title. These really are, can't stress enough just how fragile but also collectible and gorgeous they are. 380, 13 stories, R.B. Cunningham Graham. These are February 1942, these particular ones. Another gorgeous one, which is actually not too uncommon, and that's Orlando by Virginia Woolf. You'll be able to find copies of these without too much issue. Always nice to have the Penguin first edition of it, though. Absolute gorgeous copy. I love that advert for Mars on the back. Make Mars last longer. Cut it up into slices. Brilliant, isn't it? Lovely copy of that one. 382 is Meet Yourself as You Really Are, Prince Leopold Lowenstein, whoever he was, eh? Another one of those miscellaneous titles. 382. Next is 383, The General Goes Too Far. As I said before, I've had a couple of copies of this one through my hands, and it is a scarce one for sure. I think it's in the top 5 rare ones of all, number 383. This one's not perfect, but it's not bad, and certainly the best one I've ever had through my hands, 383. Next one took me a long time to get my hands on, 384, and this is William Cook Antique Dealer. This is another super rare crime book, you know, probably once again the best part of 75 to 100 quid for a copy in that condition. Just so rare. Once again, this is another one that took me a long time to find one that was in anything like reasonable shape, and that's The Country House, John Galsworthy. I think this is about the 3rd copy of this one I've had before I was able to get a half decent one. I know several people still looking for this one, and I've been lucky enough to have had 3 copies of it through my hands. The last 2 I've sold both of them for about £125, so this one does tend to go for good money, this particular one. Really nice copy of that one, but that's actually the best of the 3 that I've had. 387 is Whistler, James Lear. We don't see this one very often. A little bit of dust on that. 388 is Quinnies, another quite scarce one, I believe, this one, and one I wouldn't mind getting a better copy of. As you can see, mine's quite fragile, a bit of loss on the back cover there, but at least I've got one, and that's all that matters. 389, last few now, is Scottish short stories. A very thin little book there. 389, I got that one in a bag. 390, Russian Fables of Ivan Krylov. Don't know who Ivan Krylov was, but he was evidently big on the Russian fable scene. Another very, very fragile little book, this one. 391 is Futility. Look how thin these are. William Gerhardy. Some of that very obscure, I would think, that. Unlike this one, which is an absolute classic, England Made Me. So Penguin published this one from Graham Greene. Pound will get it about 10 years later, but this is the first paperback edition. That's a really beautiful copy of that one, of England Made Me, from March 1943. That's 392. 393 is Selected Tales of Algernon Blackwood. Quite a scarce little, another scarce little book, that one. Took a while to track that one down. This one fairly common, but super thin. He Who Came. Not the thinnest Penguin, but 96 pages. I think the thinnest of all is the Penguin Handyman. This one's dated 1944 inside, October 1944. So that may well be when it actually got printed. But it fits in numerically at that point. 395 is Henry Williamson, The Old Stag. Williamson was famous for Tarka the Otter, of course. Here's that second volume of the Penguin Herodotus, which is 396. And this time they have published it in the yellow, as they should have, first time round. 397, I believe, is the last crime book we're going to be looking at today. This is The Bamboo Blonde. So I've had a couple of copies of this one through my hands as well. This is the best one that I've had, 397, and it is still scarce all the same, and is in the realm of the 75 to 100 quid brigade on one of those. 398, Elizabeth Bowen, Friends and Relations. A scarce little one. 399, super rare, Rookery Nook. Hardly ever come across this one, and my copy's not great, but I'm I'm glad to have one, just glad to have one. And then number 400 is A Portrait of England, an anthology. So they gave this one, rather than give it to Bernard Shaw yet again, this was probably quite a patriotic title to issue for the 400th ever Penguin main series title, and that's why they gave it to Christian Mawson. He had the honour of being the 400th ever main series Penguin, and the date inside this one, it just says February. It just says 1942, but it would have been around that sort of time. Next one was another yellow, which was H.E. Bates's Country Life. Once again, you see just how thin these are, and this is just simply down to paper rationing at the time, and the books, believe it or not, get even thinner as the years go on. This is October 1943, this particular one, so a little bit further on into the war. Number 402 I'm actually missing, which is one of the first of 6 that I'm missing in this particular run of 100. Almost all of them are crime stories, and that's simply because they're just so scarce. But I will pop a picture of it, and that was Panic Party, number 402. Number 403 is Scandinavian Short Stories, Estrid Bannister. Once again, very thin little book, only about 100 pages, this one. August 1943. 404 is The Book of Talbot. A little bit more robust, that particular one. All of these are scarce. The actual sort of uniformity of the Penguins goes a little bit out of the window. As we'll see later on, some of them are short, they're printed shorter because, you know, the printers didn't have the right paper, or it was just printed very quickly from an alternative printer that Penguin just had to find at the time. It's quite a scarce one, also quite sought after. Passenger to Tehran, Vita Sackville West. This is 405. And you'll notice that a lot of the advertising is very much sort of grow your own, and this is what it's like during wartime. And certainly the quality of paper is not great, I have to say, but a lot of these, they're so scarce to get your hands on. 406, well, I've put this one in a bag simply because it's not in the greatest of shape. It's got a bit of a rough spine there, but this is one by John Goldsworthy. You see it's got quite a lot of creasing and things like that down there. The Patrician, that's 406. 407 is a scarce crime title, Cutthroat by Christopher Bush. Once again, I've bagged this one up simply because it's just, well, it hasn't even got a back cover, this particular one. It's a real scarcity, and you know, definitely pick one up if you see it, and not many of those around. 408 is The Old Road from Spain, which is, on reflection, a beautiful copy of that in comparison, but it's just, you know, it's a much more common fiction title rather than those rare wartime crime books, which, as we'll see, they're just they are scarce. It's as simple as that. So 409 is The Second Shot by Anthony Berkeley. So that's another pretty scarce one. 410 is another one I'm missing, which is Artifacts Intervenes. That's number 410. 411 is The Island Man. This is a biography title. 412, another fairly scarce and very thin novel, The Ballads of Barnacle Bill and Other Jingles. A scarce little offer in that one. 413 is Norman Collins's Love in Our Time. A little bit of a classic, that particular one. 414 is Steamboat Men. Another one that thankfully I got. I've heard this and it's quite difficult to get, but I was able to pick one up, you know, cheap, so I'm pleased with that one. Once again, 1943. So that was March 1943, and they're all sort of that period at the moment. 415 is Modern Irish Short Stories. So they've done lots of the short story collections by now, and this was the Irish one. 416 is Lady of the Barge. This is W. Jacobs. And all of these are, as you can see, they're all super thin. They don't exactly look that attractive spine on, do they, when you look at them? They're obviously, these aren't, even if they were mint, they would be, I would say, a little bit haphazard. They're different sort of sizes. They're not particularly well made like normal penguins are, but simply because of the time they were printed and what was going on in, you know, in the UK at the time. 417 then is South Latitude. All things considered, it was amazing that Penguin are even able to keep printing at all when a lot of publishers went to the wall because they just didn't have any sort of paper ration allocated to them. 418 is Murder by Burial. Now I do have the first of this one, which is this one here. It's not in the great, it's got a bit of a worn spine, and for some reason this particular one, always the copies I've had 2 or 3, they've all had bad spines. I have actually also got a reprint of that one as well, at the 2nd edition, but it's apparently really good, so I've kept a copy back to read of that particular one because it's a bit of a lost classic, that one, Murder by Burial. 419 is Here Lies, and this is the collected stories of Dorothy Parker. That's a really nice one. Dorothy Parker, a big author. Nice to have that one. And once again, there's another copy of that one. Not sure if they've got the same. Yeah, they've got different backs. I would imagine this is probably a reprint. Yeah, this is the 2nd print of that one. Once again, probably because it's one that I wouldn't mind reading at some point. So I've kept a double of that one. And number 420 is The Dark Forest by Hugh Walpole. So I'm just going to make a tiny bit more room and then we'll carry on. So 421 is the first volume of Claudius the God. 422 is the 2nd volume. So as you can see, when you've got these side by side, this is what some collectors refer to as a shorty. So it's considerably shorter than volume 2. And there's a few penguins like this, and it's literally just down to, I think, where they were printed. They were trimmed far too tight, well, it is what it is, really. It's one of those little oddities. It's certainly a reflection of the time that they were published, and that's literally why they're in such a state. So they'd already published I, Claudius, and this was the sequel, Claudius the God, and then they did a little bit later on publish the 1-volume edition, which is quite nice. And when did this one come out? This is obviously a little bit later in the run. New edition published in 1 volume in 1954. So that's a really nice penguin to have, and I sort of keep that next to the 2 original single volume editions of I, Claudius by Robert Graves. 423 is another Evelyn Waugh, real classic. Put Out More Flags. So it's certainly regarded as a Penguin modern classic today, but this was the first Penguin edition from October 1943. Once again, it's certainly a bit of a scarcity. 424 was Sporting Adventure in the Travel and Adventure series. 424. 425 was another absolute classic, Northanger Abbey, a Jane Austen. And these are particularly difficult to find in first Penguin edition. This is probably a book that's had probably over 200 Penguin editions since this was published. And this first one came out in 1943, May in actual fact, 1943. Very scarce Jane Austen original. 426 is A Travel, and that's by Taffrail, Sea Escapes and Adventure. One I wouldn't mind getting a slightly better copy of that one if I came across it. This is 427 is actually the next one, and that's another Jane Austen, which is Persuasion. Not a bad copy of that one in actual fact, so I'm pretty pleased to have that one. That's actually really quite nice. And then 428 is The Unfinished Clue, which certainly a scarce one for a lot of collectors. This is one of those ones that a lot of people think is in the top 5 scarcest penguins of all. Certainly I would say it's probably in the top 10. And yeah, that is the unfinished clue. 429 is one, it's another crime one that I'm actually still after, and that's Why Shoot a Butler by Georgette Hare. Number 430 is The Mutiny of the Elsinore. That's by another classic author, Jack London. That's 430. Now 431 is apparently quite a rarity as well. This is Russian newsreel. See, someone's actually put the number there, 431 on the front, very, very faintly. This is April 1943 now. So we are in really the height of the Blitz, when any publication at all was absolutely essential, and there just wasn't a lot being published at all. So the fact that these were published is just amazing, really. 432 was another John Galsworthy, and these early Galsworthys are really scarce. This one is The Dark Flower. That's 432. 433, alas, is another one that I'm missing, which is Speedy Death. 434 is Paper Houses, William Plomer. Cartoon in the back there. The man who doubted if Howard's aspirin was the best. 435 is another very scarce one. This is the Manchester Guardian crossword puzzle book. I am only missing one, I think one crossword puzzle book pre 500, which is coming up in a minute, and then one after, between 500 and 1,000, which I could find if I'm willing to pay 20 quid for it, but I'm just not, you know. One will come along less than a tenner and then I'll grab it. This is a particularly nice copy of 435. I'm very pleased to have this one. It's virtually mint, so I don't think I'm ever going to find anything better than that in a million years. 436, another very scarce one. It's Max Carados, Ernest Brahm, Bremat, a very difficult to find crime title. Any of these in nice condition are, you know, quite expensive these days. 437, another super difficult one to get, which is the Nebula Coat 437. So this one has got, you can't really see it because I bagged it up, but the number, the original number printed on it was blocked out, and there's like a black block there. Then underneath they actually printed the correct number. Very difficult one to find in nice condition. But that's part of the hunt, isn't it? So 438 is A Man's Man, Ian Hay. Nice copy of that one. 439. Now this one does turn up a bit, and that's Guerrilla War in Abyssinia. I find that one fairly common, along with this one as well, which is the 6,000 Beards of Athos. So this is now looking at June 1944, and perhaps I wouldn't mind a slightly better copy of that one. It's a little bit worn, but I don't mind. And yet another travel one, the third one on the trot, which is Into Madagascar. Nice copy of that one, number 441. I'm pleased to have that one. 442 is one of my absolute favourites. It's a Graham Greene, and it's Brighton Rock, a real classic. Fantastic movie as well, with William Hartnell. Very difficult to find this one in nice condition. Mine's certainly got a worn and grubby spine. Certainly not the greatest copy, but it is at least a first edition, and I'm pleased to have it. But Brighton Rock, very scarce, that one. 443, so this is Morris Collins, She Was a Queen. This didn't actually get published until March 1944, although it says 1943 inside. Starting another pile there. This one, 444, seems particularly common, and it was printed number 444, and it's the Times 4th leaders, so Penguin playing on their numbering system again. Something that would happen time and time again as the main series cracks on. Penguin use every opportunity to celebrate certain numbers and anniversaries, and we'll point those out as we go along. So 445 was The Secret City by Hugh Walpole. Big thick one for considering the time that it was printed. 312 pages there. Number 446 was Dr. Darwin, Hesketh Pearson. Now 447 was one by Joseph Conrad, who I really like as an author, and this is Twixt Land and Sea Tales. A favourite of his was Heart of Darkness. And then 448 is A Game Warden Among His Charges, which is another scarce travel and adventure title. This actually was published in February 1944, so the end of the war is starting to get a bit closer for sure. That was 448. 449 is The Hotel by Elizabeth Bowen. A nice little fiction title. Then 450 is Naomi Marsh's Death in a White Tie. I'm trying to remember where I actually got this one. I've had it quite a long time now, this particular one. But once again, quite scarce. Got a bit of an ink stain along the front there, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm just glad to have that number filled. 451 is Foreigners, Leo Walmsley. Interesting back cover there. Women's Air Force, by the look of it, a WAF. 452 is Phantom Lobster, another one by Leo Walmsley, so they did two back to back. I think those are both pretty common, as although not any of these are that common, but some are certainly more common than others. This one is another one which it does turn up quite a bit. It was reprinted as a special, I seem to believe, The Aerodrome, later on, but that's number 453, or maybe it was the other way round. It was printed as a special, then came out as a fiction book. Another one by Leo Walmsley, so 454, and it's Three Fevers. I don't know what he did to have so many published at once, but he did in this particular period. 455, another absolute classic, one I really like, and that's Scoop by Evelyn Waugh, story about the press. Just really great, this book, absolutely great. I remember doing a signing with Tom Baker years ago, and we'd done all the signing, and there was someone from the press waiting to speak to Tom Baker and interview him, and he called over, "Scoop, your time," and he was of course referring to this very book by Evelyn Waugh. Another absolute classic of mine, not my favourite by Orwell, that's Down and Out in Paris and London, but up there in my list of favourites by him, because it's a lot of it is based on his own experiences during the Spanish Civil War, amongst other things. Really good book, recommended, and well, it's just great. It's Burmese Days, and a tough one to find in nice condition, and copies of that one tend to go, well, really nice ones, between £30 and £40 for that one. Parnell then, by St. John Irvine. It's a straightforward biography title. 458 is The Cruise of the Cachalot, Frank T. Bullen. Next one's a scarcity, so this is 459, and this is Flowers for the Judge. Another real scarce crime title, this. Probably in the top 20 rare Penguins, I would think, in first edition. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. 1944, 459. Now 460 is the third Penguin's problem book, third Penguin crossword book, which I don't actually have. 461 is The Iron Heel by Jack London. 462 is Son of Susanna, Private Life of John Wesley. 463 is a real nice one as well. Another Joseph Conrad, Tales of Hearsay and Last Essays. So he'd have evidently just been signed to Penguin and they made a point of getting some of his titles out. 464 is the last one I'm missing in this 100, which is Death on the Borough Council by Josephine Bell, a crime one, surprise, surprise. 465 is Sea and Sardinia, D.H. Lawrence. This is an early D.H. Lawrence for Penguin, although obviously they went on to publish everything that he ever wrote over the next sort of few hundred books. Now that pile's actually got quite high, so I'm just going to pause it once there and rearrange it so we get a little bit more room. So 466 is The Tanker Derbent. Now I've always been meaning to read this one because I have no idea what it's actually about, but I imagine it's a sort of a wartime title of some sort, so maybe one I might have a little investigation into. 467. So this is a near historical one because this was only published in September 1944, and it looks at the Russian campaigns of 1941 to 1943. So you might think, why on earth did this not come out as a Penguin special? Well, that is a question we may never know. Maybe there was just a slot in the main series where they could put it in. I don't know. Next is Somerset Maugham's The Moon and Sixpence, another absolute classic. And when you think about it, it's amazing how many of those books that would become like real long-term classics were published during this this wartime period. That's a really nice one of that. Next we got a couple of crime books. So 469, super rare, The Hangman's Guests by Stuart Martin. Bit of a forgotten name in the world of crime these days, but back then I guess it warranted this book. Another real tough one, that 469. And then 470, possibly one of the, once again, that's in the top 10 rarest ever Penguins. This is a particularly nice, sharp copy of this one, Never Come Back. Really nice. I would say it's virtually unread, if not is unread. Definitely one of the best copies in my collection of wartime Penguins. 471 is Richard Néonier, The Life and Death of Richard Néonier, Maurice Huet. Interesting title. Once again, quite a nice copy of that one, pleased to say. 472 is Appointment in Samara, John O'Hara. Not so the case with this one. It's got quite a bit of foxing and things on it, so it's not the best of copies, but certainly not one I'm rushing to upgrade. 473 is Sitting on the Fence. That's by Nathaniel Gubbins. What a name. Listed in the Miscellaneous series. 474, another one which is regarded as a bit of a classic, and that's Coolie. Mukraj Anand, set in India, of course, during the time of English dominance over there. 475 is Lewis Golding, The Miracle Boy. Once again, massive foxing on this particular one, but not to worry, it is what it is. Not too worried about that. 476, this is the second profiles from the New Yorker. This one's a little bit more robust than the one that we saw in the last video, which was much thinner. So around, well, Penguin did this one and they did the one before. Then about a year later, when the bomb went off in Hiroshima and John Hershey wrote his amazing report on that, Penguin published that as well, and that was from the New Yorker. This is one that's also particularly difficult to get in nice condition. It's the first ever Penguin edition of Some Tales of Mystery and Imagination by Edgar Allan Poe, and what a classic this would go on to be, and be reprinted many times, still obviously in print today. Nice advert on the back. We haven't seen many adverts for Schweppes at all, have we? So that's really nice as well. This is a scarce book, and that cannot be understated. That's a real rarity, that one, for a yellow, orange title rather. Next we've got this one, 478. This is the second Penguin's problem book, which is quite a nice copy of this one. There's a mixture of puzzles and crosswords and things like that in it. 479 is The Southern Gates of Arabia by Freya Shark. I think that one's quite a fairly easy one to get your hands on. 480, another very thin little book. It's this Vita Sackville West, and it's Seducers in Ecuador. Nice advert for the first, up to the first 20 king penguins on the back there. Certainly a series that I will cover as soon as I've filled in a couple of the odd volumes that I'm missing. I've got most of the king penguins now, but I'm just missing a couple in really nice high grade because I'm trying to get almost a mint set of those. Rumour One and Zone 481. Now this is definitely common, that's for certain. This one's got the elements there of an export sticker that would have been on this at some point. So printed in the UK, but it's been exported at some point and now made its way back to these shores. 482 is Rex Warner, and that's the Professor. He's a still, you know, this was January 1945 now, so we're virtually out of the war period, and we will start to see, slowly but surely, a return to the lovely penguin quality. So I'm just going to get the very last stack ready for us to have a look at. So 483 is Fountains in the Sand, another quite scarce and thin travel and adventure one, and one that I don't believe turns up very often. 484, this one's quite scarce. This is Canadian Ascent. It's basically a collection of stories and poems by contemporary writers from Canada. Quite a scarce little one. Now I would say that's probably the last toughie to get, with the exception of a couple which we'll see in a moment, but virtually from this point onwards, from literally this book, the penguins do become a lot easier to get hold of. So this is 485, which is Strange Glory, and then 486 is the Cleo, L.H. Myers, and all of these shouldn't set you back much more than a few pounds a pop, really. So hopefully mine are in pretty nice condition. I remember picking this one up locally, just in a bookshop on the Barbican. It was like £1, the Lost Stradivarius, so fairly easy to get that one. J. Mead Faulkner. Forest Lovers here, Morris Hewitt. So this is October 1945, this one. And as you can see already, the books are far more robust. The page quality has immediately improved. You can just see that. Things are getting better. 489. This one's perhaps a little bit harder to find. This is Public Faces by Harold Nicholson. Interesting, that's got an over sticker as well. The 9p has gone up to 1 shilling. So that one probably is a little bit harder to find. Unlike this one, this is also another one which had an export sticker on. Maybe it was peculiar just to the travel titles, but Escape to Switzerland, J.R. de Beer, not particularly difficult to find this one. You won't have much trouble getting one of those. 491 is Africa Dances, so another travel title. Southern Gates of Arabia, and look at that, an extravagance having some photos inside one of these books. These are like mint unread copies, and they're certainly much easier to get your hands on. South Sea Diary, S.W. Powell, that's yet the third travel one on the trot. 493 is Anthony Thorne, and this is Delay in the Sun. I don't know a lot about this one. I don't think it's that common, so this one might pose you a little bit of difficulty if you're looking for one in nice condition. Now 494, Nathaniel Hawthorne, and that's The Scarlet Letter. Now, although this one's got a date of January 1945, it was actually printed in 1944. It just sort of came out a little bit later in the series. 495 is The Warden. So this is interesting because this has got, look, this has got the remnants of one of those labels on. Now this one is just a price alteration label rather than an export label. So it says the price of all books previously published by Penguin Books at 9p have been increased to 1 shilling as of January the 1st, 1946. So it was basically the bookseller or a Penguin rep might have had to have gone round and put this sticker onto all the books that were priced at 9p underneath in the actual bookshops, and that's what's happened there. Quite interesting that. That's why a few of these have got that on. Silas Marner, The Weaver of Ravelot, that one by George Eliot. So George Eliot, another very popular classics author. And the last real rarity pre number 500 is this one, which is 497. It's Murder at the Admiralty by Eric Bennett. Now, when I got this particular one, the front cover and spine up to about there had all been covered in like brown tape front and back. So what I did, rather than have that horrible tape on it, I got a friend of mine who's a book designer to make me a repro spine, and there it is. He took one of the more recent ones. I think it was number 470, Never Come Back. I gave him a scan of that, and he was able to take that writing out and replace it almost perfectly with what you see there today. So it looks like an absolute penguin. And I just sort of folded it over and printed it and stuck it down there. So when you put it on the shelf, as you can see like that, it just looks fantastic, doesn't it? It looks like a normal book. And believe me, I wish I'd done some before and after photos, because it was an absolute mess. And I've been able to save it from oblivion, because it is a first edition and it's a very, very expensive book in its own right. So it was worth me just doing that repair job on that particular one. Just 3 left in this 100. So we got Under the Red Rose by Stanley J. Wayman. That is actually also quite scarce. 499 is The Vicar of Wakefield, Oliver Goldsmith, and this is January 1945. And then number 500, lo and behold, was given to Alan Lane's friend Bernard Shaw, and this is for his book Major Barbara, and this is the adaptation of the screenplay, I believe, of Major Barbara, and that was given the honour of being the 500th Penguin book. So there we are. So that is that rounds out the first 500 that we've all covered now, which is fantastic. Okay then, so we pick up on our journey through the first 1000 Penguin books with this one, which is number 501, Osbert Lancaster Cartoons. Penguin didn't do a lot of cartoon books. Lots of other publishers did, but Penguin didn't do many until the 60s, when they sort of became popular. But this one is sort of contemporary cartoons of the period. A lot of them are politically based. Remember, this is just after the war now, so we're looking at February 1945, which puts this in perspective, because the quality of the books has become much, much better, as we'll see going on. If you remember in the last video, the wartime ones from 1943, 1944 were particularly rotten books, printed on awful paper. These are so much better. This is number 502. Still a very thin book here, these early ones. This, you could see, has got almost wartime paper standards. Don't forget, rationing was still in force in the UK at this time, so they couldn't exactly go to town. But 502 was Together by Norman Douglas. 503, Dr. Johnson and Company, a biography title, Robert Lind. And I have to admit, when I started collecting the Penguin's books back in probably the mid-80s, I started picking them up. 504 here, so Goodbye to Berlin. These post-war ones were the ones that you would come across quite a bit. I think they had massive print runs, and you'll find later on that Penguin really sort of embraced their backlist. and went to town with certain authors, particularly, I think, as we'll see in this run of 100, you'll see it with George Bernard Shaw, we'll see it with H.G. Wells. I'm not sure if we do it with Agatha Christie this time round, but you'll see that they start publishing little batches of like 5 or 10 books at a time, really cementing the list, really. Fantastic stuff. Lady Hester Stanhope, Joan Hastings, biography title, number 505. Conrad, Joseph Conrad, Within the Tides. Bit of a worn one, that one for me, a bit of a beaten up copy, but on the whole, after number 500, with the exception of some crossword books, most of these are actually obtainable now. I myself am only missing one from this batch of 100, which we'll get to in a minute, and it's out there. I'm just not prepared to pay like £20 for a copy when one will turn up. 507, The Island of Captain Sparrow. Now, these ones between 500 and say 525, 530 in crime, I think are quite undervalued. A fair price on these would probably be around £10 a pop, because they are scarce, and the one that I'm missing falls in this bracket. Some of them, well, we'll get to in a minute, I've had multiple copies of. Sometimes I've had to wait a long time and then a couple have come along at once, which is quite annoying. But I think these early crime ones, sort of 500 to 530, are all worth grabbing if you see them, because they're scarcer than you might think. This is another one that I think is quite hard to find. The Widow LaRouge, 509. 510 here. This is a bit of a famous one, isn't it? Diary of a Nobody. Also published in hardback around this time by Pan Books, before they got into the paperback game. This, I believe, is the first time we see one of these, and that's a Penguin double volume. It doesn't actually say double volume underneath, but you've got the Penguin logo both sides, and it's obviously much thicker than a normal Penguin. To say double volume on the spine there, number 511. I'm pretty sure this is the first ever Penguin double volume, and there's a few of these. This one's dated 1947, so that number obviously came back and was filled in at a later date. As I said, I'm showing these in numerical order rather than published order, although the two sort of follow quite closely. 512, another crime one, The Pit Prop Syndicate, Freeman Wills Croft. Now I'm going to be checking my Freeman Wills Crofts as we go along, because I've got a couple of signed ones. That is not a signed one by the author. Yeah, they're clearly signed by the author, which is quite nice, but I can't remember for the life of me which ones they are. They may not even be in the first 1,000. I honestly can't remember, but as I come across them, I'm going to try and remember to check them. This is The Prussian Officer by D.H. Lawrence. Now this would have had a 9p printed underneath, and the publisher have put a sticker on, putting it up to a shilling. Penguin were massive publishers of D.H. Lawrence, and they did end up publishing everything, including, of course, famously Lady Chatterley. 514, Inspector French and the Starville Tragedy, another Freeman Wills Croft one. Oh, well, there we are. We were just talking about it. There we are, look. Signed by Freeman Wills Croft. I wonder what that's... Oh, and that must be his wife. Is that Marge B. Crofts as well? How cool is that? I knew I had a couple, and I got these. They just turned up in a little collection of penguins that I bought, and a couple of the Freeman Wills Crofts were signed. Well, I'm really glad I checked that, because I didn't know it was such an early one, to be honest. I don't have too many signed penguins by Penguin authors, unfortunately. I've often sort of tried to bid on ones that have turned up online, and I always seem to get outbid. I know there was a really nice 60s Agatha Christie penguin that was signed, and I think I put in a bit of, I don't know, 90 quid or something like that, and it went for like 300 and something, so I thought, a bit out of my league. Probably an Agatha Christie aficionado has gone for that one, and I don't believe she signed that much, so to get a signed Penguin would have been particularly nice, but hey ho. This is number 515, Trials in Burma, Maurice Collis, a biography title again. Documents marked secret. 516. This one's also got the publisher's over stamp on. This is one that caused me some issues getting hold of. Not calls for alarm, but calls for issues. Eventually, two came up to light within a couple of months of each other. I ended up getting this one off eBay for a £5, so I was pretty pleased with that because it was one that had been on my list. I did have another copy of it, but it was quite worn, and that itself was from another collector. So yeah, that one quite a tough one. Now this is interesting. This is the first of the grey titles, sombre grey, and this is World Affairs. The first one of these, the Russian campaigns of 1944-1945, and these grey books all look at issues related to the war. I think they're really nice, quite difficult to find in high grade. Unfortunately, just outside the scope of this video, but it'll be in the next video, will be the Penguin edition of Hiroshima, which is a great grey title. Next one we've got is Arnold Bennett, 519, The Grim Smile of Five Towns. And one thing that I do remember very vividly about collecting the Penguins at this time was that because these are quite common, it was a great way to get a collection together. 520 here, not a classic, a curtain of green. It was a great way to start building a collection up, and I just sort of dove into actually reading them. This is the sort of time I started picking up and reading people like George Orwell, for example. I got really into him once I started picking up these sorts of periods of books. John Wyndham was another one. 521. This is another unusual World Affairs one, and quite scarce as well. Probably the scarcest of all the greys there. Book on anti-Semitism. 522, A Cure of Flesh. This one's another one that's a little bit worn. I haven't got round to going through these bit by bit and seeing which ones really need upgrading. It's a shame because some of the other ones from this period I've got are absolutely mint, but I think my priority would be to try and get the first 1,000 licked and then go through and try and upgrade, unless they come my way, of course. So this is 524, the first ever Penguin edition of Wuthering Heights. What an absolute classic this is, and I've got a real respect for some of these authors. Emily Bronte, this is a really nice book, this one, and nice nick, that one. That looks virtually unread, that copy of it. 525 is Hawk Among the Sparrows, Desmond Hawkins, a fiction title. 526 is Holy Terrors. Got to admit, it won't be long before we've got rid of this slightly awkward looking penguin. He does look like he's got constipation, doesn't he, or something like that. So 527, Hashish, Henry de Montfort, a travel one. I think the first travel one we've seen. I believe this one is quite sought after. And collectors who just collect the travel ones, and what a library that must be. Richard Cavern. So 528, The Shadow Syndicate. That one's another one which has been through the wars a little bit. One of the greater Joseph Conrad's, Lord Jim. 529, another great book. He's all right, Joseph Conrad, but I like the shorter books more than the longer ones. John Morris, Traveller from Tokyo. Obviously lots of these travel and adventure books coming out on the back of World War II. Another one which is quite scarce to find in any condition, number 531, another an early-ish post-war penguin crime, the Groot Park murder, Freeman Wills Croft again. The Library of Malcolm Gillett. I do like that. You see that sort of the indentation there in the book. Someone's put it in a press to put their owner's mark on it, and I like it sometimes when they're done like that because it gives them a bit of heritage. Certainly some of the books coming up which are absolutely mint came from an ex-Penguin warehouse man, and his signature should still be in there with a bit of luck. So this is 532, Bar Lash of the Guard. Don't remember much about that one. 533 is Henry de Montfrid, Sea Adventures. And I would say we've already gone past it, but number 523 is the one that I'm missing. It's the case of Suzanne Dare. But I've seen one. I could buy one today on eBay for like £20, but I'm not prepared to pay that. One will come my way. 534, Elizabeth Bowen, which is To the North. Nice tight copy of that one. And this is another one by her. So Penguin did start to do that. They would publish consecutive books by an author two at a time. So The House in Paris. And it may well be that they literally had just had a little backlog after the war, and they were sort of clearing what they had lined up. Ford Maddox Ford, real classic this, The Good Soldier, part of his trilogy in actual fact. This is a really nice tight copy of this one. 1946 now. And I think what we'll do, since the books are getting out of sight, I'm going to just pause there, make a little bit more room so we can have a look at them. There we are. So 537, this one's quite interesting because once again the price has gone up from £1, and there's a green over sticker on to keep in keeping with the green books. It's at £1.06. So that's quite interesting, isn't it? 1947. Another thick one now. Memoirs of a British Agent, Sir Bruce Lockhart. I believe this one's quite a famous novel. Another thick one, but not listed as a double volume. That one. Darkness at Noon, 539. Arthur Koestler. And when you think what a difference these are to the American books being published at this time, it's just a world apart, isn't it? 540, the third Penguin's Problem book. There's been a few of these, hasn't there? It's little mind benders and puzzles, get you thinking. Penguin got quite into puzzle books and crossword books. There's a whole separate series, the Ptarmigans, which I've got them all, so we'll show those one day maybe. I'm just missing in my collection. I'm just, for the first 1,000, I think I'm missing just one crossword book, which is in the next 100, and then I've got them all, I think, which will be quite good. So I could do, I could show just all the crossword books, but it's a bit of a weird thing, and the only reason people sort of collect the crossword books now is just to have all the numbers, really. Pearls and Men, 641, another travel title. 642, The Brass Bottle. This is another one with an orange over sticker this time, with £1.06 on. I said a lot of these are really nice copies because they're just not as hard to get as some of the other ones. 543. We are becoming, much more recent now. These are only about 60 or 70 years old. Whereas the previous ones, the very earliest ones, were over 80 now. 544, The New House, Lettice Cooper. There she is. 545. Saki, H.H. Munro, The Unbearable Basington. Little classic in its own right, that one. That's a really nice copy. And this is another Saki. So this is when Penguin, they published 3 on the trot. Beasts and Super Beasts. There's like the second one. And then they did one more, which was this one. Chronicles of Clovis, 547. So the 3 of them all came out. They're all consecutive numbers. But as you can see, they've all got, these are all the first prints, they've all got slightly different designs. That one's got the older logos on. That one's got the more modern, up-to-date logo, which was just coming in. That one shows a shilling. That's got 1 and 6 printed as a number. 1 shilling and 6. So even though those are 3 consecutive numbers, they are quite different when you line them all up like that. But they were consistent in the catalogue. Here's a real nice one. Virginibus Perisci, R.L. Stevenson. Never knew how to pronounce that one. One that I've had a long time. It's a really common book, that one. It's funny, the ones that you had the longest are sometimes not the greatest condition. Dorothy Whipple, High Wages. Well, we'd all like high wages, wouldn't we? That's a really nice type, probably unread copy, that one. 549. And the halfway point, 550. Bit of a classic, G.K. Chesterton's Napoleon of Notting Hill. Quite a thin little book, that one. And that was the 550th Penguin. Straight on with 551, which was Peter Waring. Forrest Reed. 551. 552 was The Power of the Dog. This is a double volume for 2 shillings. Don Byrne. There he is. That's got a little, yeah, it's quite nice. Let's have a look at this. This has got a little insert inside, and it says, Penguin and Pelican double volumes. On the cover of this book, you will see 2 penguins, or maybe pelicans, in place of the familiar solitary bird. This ornithological duplication is the sign that it is a penguin or pelican double volume, and that its price is 2 shillings. We have long been faced with difficulties over books whose size made it economically impossible to issue them as a single volume penguins or pelicans at our standard price. In a number of cases, for example, Robert Graves's Claudius novels, Bernard Shaw's Intelligent Woman's Guide, Cherry Garrard's Worst Journey in the World, we have in the past issued such books in 2 volumes, but this has brought so many heartfelt cries from readers who could manage to find only one of the volumes, or whose predatory friends have borrowed half the book and lost it, that we concluded that to issue such books in future as single volumes at double price was the most practical way of doing the job. Well, there you go. I couldn't have put it better myself. So there's the little pelican double volume, and there's the two penguins. How great is that? Nice little insert, that one, in that double volume. 553, Fugitive from Murder, M.V. Herberdine. The Professor, another Charlotte Bronte one, 554. I guess all of these eventually will get will become Penguin classics, wouldn't they? In time. Now I'm sort of running out of room here again, so let me just move these over. That's the trouble when you're trying to show so many books in one video. It does make it a little tricky to get them all in shot. But I'm doing my best. Nope, it still doesn't make much difference, does it? I have to push them even further back, I think. We just get the edge of them in there. I'll push them there for now, and then I'll have a resort just before we get to the end. Here we are, so a very small number, but 555. Nostradamus. Ah, yes, I know it's 555 because this was the book that I think it was published on the anniversary of Nostradamus's birth and death. In fact, he died on the same day in 1555. So that's why that book was given the number 555. Penguin would start to have a little bit of fun with their numbering system around that time. That's one of the early examples of it. Beau Sabur, P.C. Wren, author of Beau Jest, amongst other things. They're usually quite tough to find because they're always so well read. This one's interesting. So 557, Graal Grange. Now, this one is famous because the first edition doesn't seem to exist. No one has a copy. So it's the reprint from 1949. As far as we know, nobody, Penguin themselves even, have got a copy of that one in a first edition. Very, very mysterious. Arthur Morrison, 558, A Child of the Jago. Graham Greene, The Lawless Roads. There we are. Nice copy of that. Right, the next is a run of, I believe, 10 Bernard Shaws. So starting with this one, number 660. Now, I think this was the first time Penguin published 10 books simultaneously in an edition of 100,000. So if I just read the start here, this edition of Plays Pleasant is one of a uniform set of 10 volumes of Mr. Shaw's works, specially printed in commemoration of his 90th birthday, July the 26th, 1946. Of each volume, 100,000 copies has been printed, and it lists then all the companion volumes. So basically, it was turning him into a million seller overnight by printing 10 of his books in 100,000 print. So some of them have already come out and they're not going to be shown here because we've already seen them, but they were reprinted in the modern edition. But it's hard to imagine someone like Bernard Shaw getting 100,000 books printed or a million titles in one hit. But there you go, 561, Plays Pleasant, and then we have Plays Unpleasant. He was given the honour, 562, 3 Plays for Puritans, and almost all my copies of these came from the same original owner. They were really, really nice. Man and Superman, 563. .564, The Doctor's Dilemma. St. Joan, 565. There's another copy of 565. Now, why have I got 2? What is the difference? Usually, there's a reason. And that's a really nice tight copy of that one. Oh, I can see the difference already. I've spotted it on the cover. So they both say they're first prints, but look, one says 1 shilling in writing and one says 1 shilling in the number. So the covers potentially, yeah, look, they both say first prints, but they both got different logos. They are actually different printings, those. So kept for the name of completeness. 586. 566, I should say, Androcles and the Lion. The Black Girl in Search of God, 567. And that's all the ones that were printed for the first time during that million. But there was a couple of earlier ones which were already in the Penguin list, which were reprinted in the uniform format. 568, The Lady's Road, Pamela Hinkson. Another nice tight copy of that one. The Leavenworth Case, Anna K. Green. Haven't seen a crime one for a while, have we? So it's quite nice. And I think what we'll do, we need to make some more space for the final time. So just going to pause it there one last time. Okay then, so we're back with one of my all-time favourite authors, which is H.G. Wells. Now, I've not read everything that he's written, but I have read an awful lot, including a lot of the historical fiction titles as well. And not to be outdone by Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells also got the treatment of 10 books published at the same time, starting with this one, number 570, which is The War of the Worlds. And this one, there's a little introduction, so it says, "This edition of The War of the Worlds is one of a uniform set of 10 volumes of Mr. Wells's works specially published in commemoration of his 80th birthday, September the 21st, 1946. Of each volume, 100,000 copies have been printed. The companion volumes are." And there we all are. So, like Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells got the treatment. It says The War of the Worlds. There's another copy of The War of the Worlds because it's one of my favourite novels. Of all time. I've got a couple of copies of it. There's a later reprint copy of it. This is, I believe, like a 60s copy. Let's have a look here. Yeah, 1964. Early artist adaptation of one of the tripods. So that's why those are in there, because I do love the book so much. Island of Dr. Moreau, 571. Little thin one. And then we've got Love of Mr. Lewisham, 572. Real nice tight copy of that one. And pop those over there. Now I need to lean over here and get my final pile. So next, a real classic, The Time Machine, 573. Obviously the other great mystery one that they published was The Invisible Man, but that was like Penguin, I think Penguin 111 or 112. So that's published back in 1935, that one. History of Mr. Polly, 574. The New Machiavelli, 575. Another one which is probably unread, that was bordering on a double volume, I would say. As was this, Tono Bungay, 576, another one which was, that was good value at a shilling, that, to be honest, compared to other ones of the time that were the same price. 577 then, The Tragic Comedians, George Meredith. 2 years Before the Mast, this is Travel and Adventure double volume. Number 578. Hilaire Belloc, 579. The Green Overcoat. A lot of his books will be published by Penguin. In fact, pretty much the lot, I would think, over the course of the next 2 decades. 580. The Cardinal's Snuff Box. Now, I must have a look at the date of these. Yeah, so this is published 1946, and it just shows how Penguin had really ramped up their publication with so many in the same year. Another G.K. Chesterton, The Club of Queer Trades, 581. J.J. Conington, 582. Nordenholt's Million, that's another really nice tight copy of that particular one. Some crimes now. So Henry Wade, Here Comes the Copper, 583. Anthony Berkeley, Not to Be Taken, 584. Let's just move those over there ever so slightly. Let me make this final pile. Rex versus Anne Bickerton. This is a true crime title, 585. I believe it's true crime. Quite scarce, I believe, that one as well. The Twilight of the Gods, Richard Garnett, 586. Chesterton again, G.K. Chesterton, Man Alive, 587. 588, A Narrow Street, Eliot Poole, another double volume, 2 shillings. A few crimes now. So Anthony Berkeley, Mr. Priestley's Problem, 589. It's always nice to pick up a crime book. This would be a perfect example. Something I know nothing about this one. I've heard of Anthony Berkeley, obviously. I've got no idea how good a crime title that is. But if you've got a spare afternoon, just the sort of thing to dip into and see where it takes you. Another Anthony Berkeley here. This is one of 3. This is number 2, Trial and Error. So once again, this is Penguin just putting a few books by the same author out at the same time. The Murder in the Basement, Anthony Berkeley as well, 591. Quite cool, isn't it? Henry James now, a bit of a famous one, The Turn of the Screw, 592. Famous Henry James novel there. (593) Kimono, John Paris. A fiction title, I'm guessing set in Japan. 594, Lobster Salad by Lynn Doyle. No thank you. Not today, please. 595, Adam and Eve and Pinch Me, A.E. Coppard, 595. 596, My Friend Prospero. And this is also quite interesting. Down the bottom there, 1 shilling and 6pence in text. A nice mint copy of this one. 1947 just. So we're into 1947. Policeman's Lot, 597. This one's interesting because the original number was misprinted as 592. And this one's got a 597 stamp underneath. I believe all copies are like that. You could probably find one without, but that's the correct numbering. A couple more greys now. So this is the Nuremberg trial, 598. Always remember a lady called Beryl, who used to work for my father. She was in the Women's Air Force during the war. She was there when they liberated Belsen, and one of her final roles during her national service was at the Nuremberg trials, and she was guarding the women Nazis. 599, The Anatomy of Peace, Emery Reeves. Unfortunately, that one's got, you can see something has been stuck to the front there, but apart from that, it's a really nice tight copy of that one. And then number 600, the honours went to none other than Oscar Wilde. Another plays, Salome and Other Plays by Oscar Wilde. There he is. And that copy, number 600, was published in, it doesn't give the British date, but I'm sure it's 1947. Okay, so we start the numbering off with number 601, which is Dragons Are Extra by Lewis Hastings. A pretty standard sort of biography title, this one. To put it in age context, this one was published in January 1947, and there's just sort of the faintest signs still of a little bit of paper rationing. It's not quite there at the sort of the lush period, which starts around, well, the late 1940s, early 1950s. The books get really sumptuous then, but at the moment there's still just a little bit of paper rationing going on. Now, number 602 is one of the 4 books that I don't own in the second 500, so between 501 and 1000 I am only missing just the 4 books, and 602 is Menace by Richard Caverne. 603, probably one of my favourites in this batch of 100, Hiroshima by John Hersey. So this was reprinted from the New Yorker magazine, where it was reprinted. The entire story was printed in 1 issue of the New Yorker, transferred to book form by Penguin. Just the actual story of how it got rushed to print I find absolutely fascinating, and I'm going to be making a separate video just about Hiroshima. If you've never read a copy of this, I heartily recommend it. It's truly something that really sort of stays with you. So anyway, I'll do a separate video about just the publication of that book and how Penguin brought it to print, and I shall link to that one as soon as it's done in the description down below and link to it above. 604 is the first crime title we're looking at today. It's a bit of a grubby old copy here, The Longer Bodies, Gladys Mitchell. And these early crimes are still pretty much sought after. Anything under 1,000 is quite sought after. So this is lovely. This is Robert Gray's a real favourite author of mine, Antigua Penny Puce. This is a double volume, so it's, you know, twice the size of a normal Penguin, but also twice the price at 2 shillings. So it's got the double Penguin there, and it says double volume on the spine there. Once again, if you've never read Robert Graves, he does come recommended. 606, Night in Glengyle, John Ferguson. Not a crime author. I don't think I've ever read any of his. I've been reading a lot of crime lately, but not that one, not that author. This is Travel and Adventure, and this is certainly, you can see it's almost like weather beaten. It's really sort of faded, this one. Anson's Voyage Around the World, SWC pack, really. And as is sometimes typical with these sort of pink covers, you see the spines faded. So that's one. I mean, apart from that, the book's probably unread by the look of it, but apart from that, it is on the list of ones that's going to need a little upgrade should I get the chance. 608, this is a gorgeous one in the Essays series, England's Green and Pleasant Land. Absolutely lovely edition, this one. Very nice. And when you do find these non-crime ones in second-hand bookshops and that, you're not going to have to pay a lot for them. Sherwood Anderson, 609, Winnisburg, Ohio. Just a straight fiction. 610, bit of a classic by John Dixon Carr, The Mad Hatter Mystery. These are just lovely. These crime books are just great to read, even today. Although, you know, they're set contemporary, they still make great reading, and so many of them out of print. Morris L. Ernst, The Best Is Yet. So that would have had a slight oversticker which someone's peeled off, saying it would have been 1 shilling underneath, and it's been overstuck as 1 shilling and 6pence, but someone's tried to tear that one off. It wasn't me. Another one in the sombre grey world affairs, a post-war colours, Labour's first year. So we were coming up to an election in the UK at the time. Leo Bruce, this is Case for 3 Detectives, 613. Aftermath, Francesca M. Wilson, another one in the world affairs. These are just books that are looking at issues after the Second World War. So they have their grey covers there, which I think is not a bad idea. Let's try and get them all into shot. I'll start another pile. Ludwig Bimmelmann's Life Class. Oscar Wilde, 616. This is a favourite of many a collector. The picture of Dorian Gray. This was the first Penguin edition of that classic novel. When was this? About late 40s, of course, I would think. It's the sort of time period we're looking at here. Yeah, 1949 for the very first Penguin of the picture of Dorian Gray. Penguin Island. Not a place where I live, but you wouldn't believe it if you looked in my my book room. I think I lived on Penguin Island, the amount I got. Dew on the Grass. I can't pronounce that name. Iluned Lewis, 618. That's virtually unread that. That's a nice copy. African Discovery, Persham and Simmons. That's a better condition travel book. First one in the yellow series, so there's a few crossword books in this sort of period. This is the Daily Telegraph's second crossword puzzle book, number 620. I always resent paying sort of, 20 quid for a crossword book for something I'm never actually going to attempt. So I'm happy to take them in sort of lower condition, just to sort of get them out of the way, really. And 621 was the Times' third crossword puzzle book. Same situation with this one. A few puzzles attempted, but that's about it. If I could be bothered, I'd go through and get them all rubbed out, but I can't be bothered. Don't like the crossword books much. 622, The Harp and the Oak, Hugh Massingham. But they do tend to be, the crossword books do tend to be amongst the very rarest of the Penguins, particularly for people like me who are trying to collect an entire series, so you've got to get them as part of your collection. 623, The Gilt Kid, James Curtis, nice copy of that one. 624, The Soul of Malaya, Henry Fauconnier, nice copy of that one as well. And 625, Siren Land, Norman Douglas, a nice travel one there. So there we are, we're a quarter of the way through already. I'm going to just pause there and pull the camera right out because we've got loads more to get through yet. Okay, so this is 626, A Well Full of Leaves, Elizabeth Myers. And that one you can just see where it had a shilling. You can just see there was one of those stickers which someone's pulled off to make it 1 and 6. I wonder if that happened at the time. 627, The Hero of Delhi, Eskith Pearson, a biography title. Another World Affairs one, Labour Marches On, 628. I must have the price scribbled out on that one. Peter Curtis, that's a crime name I don't really know. Dead March in 3 Keys. He's written 3 books. All of them crime by the look of it. Mary Fitt, we've seen her name a few times, haven't we? 630. Hardly ever hear of her today, but back in the day, she was obviously something. Another miscellaneous title, Scowl and Other Papers, Bernard Hollowood. Lots of cartoons and essays by the look of it, with some drawings by Hod of Punch magazine. 632, Ford Madox Ford, another author I really like. Some do not. Not one of his most famous ones, but still very good. Ford Madox Ford, great author. Hilaire Belloc, yeah, they did, Penguin published all of his. Mr. Petrie, 633. Crime one again. Famous Trials, Harry Hodge. The Famous Trials series is excellent if you've never sort of dipped into it. These are like very early true crime books, but rather than sensationalizing the actual crimes per se, they more sort of reported on the court proceedings rather than the actual sensationalist side of the actual crime. Following up on the book on Labour, here's one of The Case for Conservatism, Quinton Hogg. This is a double volume, absolutely mint, that one. In the grey again. Edith Sitwell, Alexander Pope, that was a biography title there, 636. Bengal Lancer, 637. F. Yeats Brown, bit of Fox, that one, a little bit of Fox. Right, how's your Spanish, or is it Mexican? Don Segundo Sombra, Ricardo Guillardes. Don't know much about that one. 638. 639, another Ford Madox Ford, one of his better ones. No More Parades. A Man Could Stand Up, Ford Madox Ford again. And this is another instance of Penguin publishing a little batch of an author's back catalogue all at once to give them sort of a boost and a presence in the bookshelves and on the shelves there, you know, just so they could pop a few together. And there's the last one in that sort of little batch that they did. If you never read him, although a little bit dated because of when the books are set, still a great writer and read today. Sylvia Townsend Warner, another great author. Mr. Fortune's Maggot, I'm pleased to have that one. Another crossword book, The Observer crossword puzzle book. This is number Penguin 644. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, that's got a few done again as well. But as I said, I don't really care because it's almost like filling a number. It's not like I'm going to sit down and attempt it. Aldous Huxley. Absolutely love Aldous Huxley. I think he still reads very well today. Antic Hay, one of his better ones as well. 645. Old Man Out, F.L. Green. 646. 647, Commando, Dennis Reitz, big thick biography one. 647. 648, The Horse's Mouth, Joyce Carey. Well, you heard it from the horse's mouth. And 649, before I need to change the camera again, is this one, Eminent Victorians, Lytton Strachey. All these double volumes. So that's up to 649. So let me just pull the camera out one more time. Okay, so 650, J.B. Priestley, Angel Pavement, another double volume there. 651, Cakes and Ale, W. Somerset Maugham. Bit of a Fox-style copy, that one, isn't it? Blimey. I should be able to go back and look over these and see which ones I need to upgrade. This absolute classic. So Raymond Chandler, The Big Sleep, look at that. It's a great book, that one. Just a reprint. This wasn't the UK first of this one, but there is a UK first by Chandler later on, which is one worth keeping your eyes peeled for. My Life in Hard Times, James Thurber. He was the cartoonist, so I imagine that's like a humour title. Nice copy of that, 653. Quite a thin little book. Fruit in Season, 654. Anthony Thorne. We're on a crime books now, so we got 655. Dead Reckoning, Francis Bonamy. So crime was such a mainstay of the Penguin list. I would say it was as big as fiction for Penguin, to be honest. The King is Dead on Queen Street, another one by Francis Bonamy. That's two that they sort of published back to back. Another one by Mary Fitt, Requiem for Robert, 657. And they do look lovely when you get a few of these crime books together, I tell you. Pushin, 658, Death of a Beauty Queen. 659, Death on Heron's Mare, Mary Fitt. Big grubby, that one. 660, Night Has 1,000 Eyes, George Hopley. 661, Nassen, The Life Story of the Arctic Explorer and Humanitarian, E. Reynolds. Look at the Du Mauriers by Daphne du Maurier. 662, I think that one is. Another crime one now. The Crossword Mystery, E.R. Pouchnon. 663. I said lots of crime in this 100, lots of crime. The Suva Harbour Mystery, Frank Arthur. That's a lovely like copy of that one. That's probably mint and unread. Oh, if only they were all like that, eh? 665, Ponies and Ponies, Harold Acton. This one's a bit of fun. So this is number 666 down the bottom there. This is Penguin having fun with their numbering system. So The Number of the Beast, Defy the Foul Fiend, 666 by John Collier. So again, that's an absolutely sort of mint unread copy of that one. I was just wondering if it was from the H. Arnold collection. Now, I've got a few books which are really mint, and they were from the collection of H. Arnold, who worked for Penguin in Penguin's Warehouse right from the very early days, and he's got his little name inside it, so that was the way to identify them from that particular collection. Dances in the Morning, Marjorie Allingham. I've got about a dozen or so from that collection in my run of Penguins, and they've all got the names inside, so we'll try and look out for any particularly mint ones if I can see them. Big Thick D.H. Lawrence, one that they hadn't got round to publishing yet, so Sons and Lovers. Alan May was a huge fan of D.H. Lawrence and tried to get them all printed in Penguin. The Smith of Smiths, Hesketh Pearson, 669. And 670, Hotel Splendide, Ludwig Belmelands. Now, let's just have a little look, date-wise. We're looking at 1948, and certainly the quality of the books is definitely increased. They're looking really, really nice on the whole. 671, No Bed for Bacon. 672, The Sailor's Return and Beanie Eye, David Garnett. 673, Looking for a Bluebird. 674, The Journal of a Disappointed Man. And 675, Hassan, James Elroy Flecker. There we are. So I'll just pull the camera out one final time for the last 25 in the series. Okay, so here's 676, Shurston's Progress by Siegfried Sassoon. Lovely copy of that one. Another gorgeous one in the Bell's Essays and Bell's Letters series. So this is 677, Charles Lamb and Elia, edited by J. Morpurgo. Obviously, you've heard of Michael Morpurgo. He was the son of J. Morpurgo, and who married one of Anne Lane's daughters. So there's quite a big Penguin connection there. Francis Partman, 678, The Oregon Trail. Another one that's mint unread. Absolutely perfect, that one. Once again, I can't see H. Arnold's signature, but I reckon it was from that same collection of mint books that we talked about earlier. Henry Purcell, A.K. Holland, 679. 680, William Cobbett. 681, Barbara. Another fiction title. Now, these are really nice. So this is 682, and this is Penguin producing another 1 million Agatha Christie books at the same time. This was the first one, and I'm just wondering if these have a little introduction or a little bit about the series. So no, it just says at the bottom here, a list of the other 9 titles published simultaneously appears on the inside of the back cover. The present edition of these titles is published by special arrangement with Messrs. Collins, publishers of the original editions. So Collins, of course, published all the hardbacks. Let's see. So under an agreement which has been made between Penguin Books and 5 leading publishers, Penguins have, so that was Chatto, Widnes, Faber and Faber, Hamish Hamilton, Heinemann and Michael Joseph. Penguins have the first opportunity of reprinting some of their books, many by authors who have not yet appeared in Penguins before. The first 2 groups of titles in this scheme and their previous publishers are given here, so that's really interesting, isn't it? So it's just saying that they've got the rights to some of these now, and they're going to be coming to Penguin for the first time. And then on the back cover it says Agatha Christie. So this is one of 10 books by Agatha Christie and published in August 1948 as Penguins, the total printing of this Penguin edition being 1 million copies. The present edition of these titles is published by special arrangement with Messrs Collins, publisher of the original editions. And the other 9 titles are, and we'll have a look at all of those in a minute. And then a few little accolades from the press. So there we are. So this is, each one of these then had a run of 100,000 in the first Penguin edition. So a lot of these have been published by Pan, of course. So you got 683, the ABC murders. 684, murder of Roger Ackroyd. So many great books here, isn't there? Imagine going into a bookshop and buying all 10 Lord Edgware Dies. How cool would that be? These are all quite sought after, these Agatha Christie's now. 686, Murder at the Vicarage. They become quite collectible, so expect to pay at least a £5 for a first edition, maybe more now. 687, the Seven Dials mystery. So mine are certainly not in the greatest of shape, but you know, like a lot of these, I'm just pleased to really have them in my collection. 688, Parallel End House. That one's, you know, virtually mint. That one's just a really nice copy of that one. Same message at the back that we've just sort of read. Murder on the Orient Express. Doesn't get much more classic Christie than that one, does it? 689. 690, The Sitterford Mystery, Agatha Christie, 690. And the last one, Mystery of the Blue Train, and that was 691. How cool are those 10 Agatha Christie's, eh? And I know I have lots of Agatha Christie fans who watch this channel, so there's a few for you to get your hands on. So the last little batch then, so 692, we've got the Rainbow. Now this was also another big thick double volume. It says double volume on the spine. It's got the double penguin again. That's perhaps the biggest one of this particular 100. Just a touch over 500 pages in that one. Another big thick one, Mary Lavine, 693, The House in Clew Street. And they certainly published their fair share of thick books in this particular 100, didn't they? No sign of paper rationing now. 694, A High Wind in Jamaica. Yet another crime title, Rogue Mail. This is a classic, isn't it? Geoffrey Household. This is a real classic crime book, Penguin number 695. And let's just get the date context on this one as well. Still 1949. So all of these books pretty much have been published by Penguin over the course of about a year and a half. So you can see that things were in full swing. 696, The Beautiful Youth, Henry Williamson, author of Tarka the Otter. 697, The Life of William Hazlitt, another big thick double. 698, The Ship, a close-up of modern naval action. So this is by C.S. Forster, the Hornblower author. Penguin would eventually go on to do virtually all his books, bar just a couple, which Pan had the rights for. Yeah, famous for The African Queen, and of course all the Hornblower books, which I absolutely love. And once again, we've got a lot of those to come. 699, The White Horses of Vienna, K. Boyle. Then the very last one in this 100, number 700, is Father and Son by Edmund Goss. This is a particularly nice one, Farewell My Lovely by Raymond Chandler. I do believe this is actually the first time this was printed in the UK, so it is listed as like a Raymond Chandler first edition, and as such Chandler collectors obviously are after that one. A really nice crime book, that one. Murder on Leave, J.V. Galway. Sonia, it's a bit of a beaten up old copy of this one, but this is a bit of a thicker double volume, 2 and 6 shillings, with the double penguin on the front there. And certainly some of these later ones, I've still got my sort of original copies that I've picked up over the years at like jumble sales and things like that. This is a lovely one from Naomi Marsh. Death and the Dancing Footman. Quite a thick one for her there, actually. If you've never read any of her crime novels, they do also come recommended. Certainly got into her a bit more recently. Another one here, Overture to Death. And this is Penguin popping a few by the same author out simultaneously to get a bit of exposure on the shelf. And this is the third one in that little run, Death at the Bar. So 704, 705 and 706, all by Naomi Marsh. Next we've got another biography, a double again, 707, The Romantic Exiles, E.H. Carr. A portrait gallery of some of the 19th century refugees from Tsarist depression. Well, there we are. Huge book as well. This is ever such a slightly different cover design with the lines there. You see that? Number 708. Makes me think this probably came out a little bit later, 1949, than the other ones because of the design difference there. This is another one, 708, with that same sort of slightly altered design, ever so slightly. The Kiss of Death. Now a miscellaneous title here, book on bridge. L. Culbertson, Contract Bridge. Nice little cards there. So this is published under the miscellaneous sort of moniker, the yellow titles. Never really did get into bridge, and sort of watched it being played, but it wasn't really my my thing. And then we've got a lovely Nancy Mitford, Pursuit of Love. Very, very popular. Is Nancy Mitford. 712 then. Solara the Salmon, another one from Henry Williamson, author of Tarka the Otter. Ambridge, 713. Ilian Spring. Another quite a thick one, that. And the Penguin's got a white body, so it's like changing the logo there with a white penguin. Another rather beaten up old copy, and Fox and that, but Monica Dickens, Thursday Afternoons, certainly one that I think I'm going to need to upgrade at some point. Don't, Mr. Disraeli. No, don't. 715. This one's quite nice. So this is 716, a K. O'Brien, Without My Cloak, and it's in a dust wrapper, which is quite nice. So some of the thicker books did come with dust wrappers, so it's nice and mint underneath there. And the dust wrapper's certainly done its job there of protecting the book and make it stand out a little bit on the shelf, I guess. Office classic here from John Steinbeck of Mice and Men and Cannery Row. Two absolutely fantastic Steinbecks, a couple of my absolute favourites in fact. Very much like John Steinbeck. 718. The Horizontal Man, Helen Eustace. George Baker, Paris of Troy, 719. That one's got a little 2 and 6 over sticker on, which probably means this was on the shelf for a little bit of time and they went round and up-priced the copies. Little run of 5 Peter Cheneys now. Very popular crime author, had a lot published by Collins, the Collins Crime Club. Can Ladies Kill? There's a lot of Cheney fans out there. I've never really got into him like that, but you know, here he is very good. Dangerous Curves. I think quite a famous one. Dark Duet. This one's got its corner cut there. Someone's been at it. Probably been through the second-hand system and they've pinched off the price there. Poison Ivy, another one, I think one of his more famous ones. And then one more, which is in nice condition, this one, The Urgent Hangman. But that's the first little lot, so I'm going to just pause there and pull the camera out and we'll get a bit more in. First, Robert Graves today, Sergeant Lamb of the 9th. I very much enjoy Robert Graves. his Claudius novels are particularly good. Arthur Quiller Couch, The Astonishing History of Troytown. A diverting comedy in a Cornish setting. There you go. Back to the crime now with The Velvet Well, John Guerin. And some of these authors, these crime authors, that you don't often hear from them now, but others have managed to stand the test of time, certainly. Like Naomi Marsh and Agatha Christie, of course. The Big Clock, a bit of a beaten up one out there. And you'll see now that some of the ones, as we get a bit further on into the 1,000 and beyond, that my copies are not exactly mint, and that's because these are ones I've sort of picked up in the wild rather than from other Penguin collectors or dealers, you know. 729 there, soft answers. So they're as found, often from, you know, 1 or 2 original owners. That's a nice one, isn't it? Verdict of 12, Raymond Postgate. A really nice sort of copy of that one. I'm guessing it's a courtroom drama of some sort, that one. Strawberry Roan, AJ Street. August Folly, Angela Thurkel. 732, and we're almost on 1950 now. From 1935, it's the first 15 years we've covered now. Royal Flush, 733, another big thick one here. No, it's still 1949 though. So it's around this sort of period of Penguin design. It's probably amongst my favourite. I really, really do love these. So Elizabeth Daly, as evidence of things seen. And I just think the whole design of the penguins of this period is particularly nice. It just really appeals to me. 735, this is another one in a dust wrapper. Phyllis Bentley, Freedom Farewell. It's underneath, absolutely lovely. And you do find, even with the early penguins, if you find an early penguin, even if it's in a bit of a rough dust wrapper, that may not actually mind, because underneath it might be absolutely beautiful. So that's what I always look for. Marjorie Allingham here, Coroner's Pigeon. This is quite a famous crime novel by her, and she's another author who has made it into the sort of the modern world, that the books are still read just because they're so good, along with Naomi Marsh and Agatha Christie. Here's another one here, Black Plumes. Seem to remember this was one of the ones that took me a bit of time to find in my collection. Took a little bit of hunting down, that one. J.J. Connington now, The Case with 9 Solutions. That's quite cool, isn't it? Looks like a one to get you thinking. A Simon double here. So this is a Georges Simenon, and some of his books were so short they actually decided to put 2 in 1 volume. So this is A Battle of Nerves and At the Gay Moulin. I don't know if you've ever read any Simenon, but I am a fan. I do actually like them. I've not read them all, but because there's a lot, there's, you know, almost 100, but they are great fun all the same. Carteret's Cure, Richard Cavern. I've seen his name a few times, haven't we, in our walk through these penguins here. And then another really, really nice one. In fact, I think this, rather than Farewell My Love, I think this is the one which is a Chandler first edition in any format. Trouble Is My Business, rather than Farewell My Lovely. Yeah, so it's a compilation. So it says the stories in this volume first appeared in various American magazines between 1933 and 1939. They were first issued in book form in the USA in 1946. Trouble Is My Business in a volume entitled Spanish Blood. The remainder in a volume entitled Red Wind. This is the first volume publication in Great Britain. So this is the one. So it's got 5 short Raymond Chandler stories, and that is actually the first, a first edition thus, shall we say. You know, first thus. So there we are. How cool is that? That's a Penguin getting in on a Penguin original in the main list there for number 741. 742 then, Death of a Millionaire, GTH and Margaret Cole. Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for that Chandler, because I think it goes for quite good money, that one. Don't Monkey with Murder, Elizabeth Ferrars. No Footprints in the Bush, Arthur W. Upfeld. Remove the Bodies, Elizabeth Ferrars again, £7.45. Absolute classic, one of my favourites, The Great Gatsby, the Penguin edition of that, by F. Scott Fitzgerald, number 746. I think, did it make it into 1950 or is it still 1949? Let's have a little look, shall we? 1950, so there we are. So that's a good way to enter the 1950s with a copy of The Great Gatsby. A biography of Edward Lear, £7.47. Aldous Huxley's essays, Music at Night, £7.40. That's a nice one, isn't it? I think Penguin published all of Huxley's work. The Last of Summer, another one by Kate O'Brien, another great little author. £7.50. Richard Hughes, In Hazard. Little penciled 1 and 6 up there as well, but quite a thin little one, that. £7.51. D.H. Lawrence. Once again, an author Penguin published everything of. This is quite a worn one, actually. But this is part of a run of D.H. Lawrence's that was published all at the same time, I believe. Yeah, so details of other volumes in this commemorative edition of D.H. Lawrence's works, see the announcement in the inside back cover. So there we are. So D.H. Lawrence, a commemorative edition to mark the 20th anniversary of the death of D.H. Lawrence. 10 volumes of his works have been published simultaneously as Penguins. The selected books include 4 novels, 2 collections of short stories, and a volume each of his poems, letters, articles, and travel sketches. And it lists the 10 books. 8 of the books include special introductions written for this edition by Richard Aldington, author of a new biography of D.H. Lawrence, Portrait of a Genius, but to be published by William Hynam Limited. The selected letters contain Huxley's original introduction, and selected poems are chosen and introduced by W. Williams. Apart from this anniversary edition, several other of Lawrence's books have appeared as Penguins, and of these, they are still in print, his famous novels Sons and Lovers and The Rainbow. Both complete and unexpurgated. It is proposed to add The White Peacock, his first novel, in the near future. There we are. And of course, later on, along came Lady Chatterley, which, well, that'll be a video in itself, that particular one. So here we go. We're going to run through these commemorative D.H. Lawrence's. So that was Kangaroo. This is The Lost Girl, rather. And he does write quite a thick book, doesn't he, old Lawrence? There's his selected essays. £7.54, The Plumed Serpent. And I have to say, a lot of these still turn up they're very common, you know. You see them in charity shops and places like that. Aaron's Rod there, £7.55. So I don't think you're never going to be able to get these because they really are quite common, these. A travel one there, £7.56. £7.57, another one with a bit of staining on here. You're seeing a few warts copies of my later Penguins here. The Woman Who Rode Away and Other Stories, £7.58. That's not too bad, I suppose. Selected Letters, £7.59. I mean, that's supposed to be orange, but it's more like a violet, isn't it? Not orange, a purple, but it's come up sort of violet more than anything. The White Peacock, that's a nice copy of that one, number 7. Probably would have been in a wrapper though, so it's not got that. So that's all of the run of the 10 D.H. Lawrences. Back to crime now. Marjorie Allingham, Mystery Mile. Mr. Campion and Others. Another one from Marjorie Allingham. 4 English Comedies. Edited by Janet Morrell. So, who are those? She Stoops to Conquer. I remember going to see a play of that with Tom Baker back in the 80s. Came to my hometown and we got to meet him afterwards. He was great fun. It doesn't actually give the authors there, but I remember She Stoops to Conquer. I thought Tom Baker was fantastic in the play adaptation of it, but I wouldn't have called it a comedy. I would have called it hard work, to be honest. Anyway, I'm going to just pause the camera there one last time so we've got enough room for the last little batch. There we are. So hopefully I've made just about enough room to finish the last lot of this run. So we're up to number 764, which is Death Comes to Perigord, John Ferguson. And another Father Brown book by G.K. Chesterton. These are quite good fun. I remember my father loving the Father Brown books. I've not seen the most recent TV adaptation though, so I'm not sure if they're any good or not. If you have watched those, do pop a comment in down below. Lewis Broomfield, Night in Bombay, another double volume. They were certainly pumping out the double volumes once paper rationing had finished. There's certainly no sign of that now, now that we're into the 1950s. Lytton Strackley, Elizabeth and Essex. A look at the relationship between Elizabeth I and one of her courtiers. Henry Williamson again, another one of his Dandelion Days. And it's all very well having, you know, fantastic copies, but then you're always a bit worried about reading them, aren't you? So, you know, having some of these in slightly lower grade doesn't bother me one little bit, because it just means they can be picked up and read without worrying too much. These certainly aren't like the wartime editions, which are super fragile. Sweet Danger, 769, another one by Marjorie Allingham. Certainly seen a few by her this 100, haven't we? Another one here, The Crime at Black Dudley, 770. I guess she wasn't quite in the same league where Penguin could publish 10 simultaneously, but they did do a 5, which is what this is. So this is The Fashion in Shrouds, and I guess because they'd already printed some earlier, like the year before, they didn't have 10 backed up to publish, so they just did a 5 here, Traitor's Purse. I wonder if they do mention anything about publishing the 5 books. So it does say this is one of 10 books by Marjorie Allingham published simultaneously. So I guess they must be, yeah, see, they were earlier numbers, so they're not in this numerical sequence that we're looking at here. So there's quite a few here, but some came earlier in our run in the 730s, and these ones in the 770s. There was one, you know, Flowers for the Judge. That was a real wartime scarce one, that. So although there's 5 there, and there's the last one, 773, there were a few earlier, so they did actually publish 10. So there we go. I didn't realise that. I've always looked at them on the shelf, like when they did the Christie 10. They were all in a block of 10. So, well, there we go. There we go. We'll see. Everyone's learning. Oxbow Incident, a classic of the vanished Wild West. Don't think we could class that as a Western, but you never know. Black Narcissus, Rumour God. That's a bit of a classic, isn't it? That one. 778, Famous Trials of Marshall Hall. Big thick crime book, that one. Don't get many crime double volumes. Heads You Lose, yeah, Christina Brand. That's quite a famous one. 7 Against Reeves, Richard Arlington. Nice copy of that one. It's probably unread, that one. Monica Dickens. Mariana. Slight, like, you can see like a dust shadow on that. That's what they call a dust shadow, where a book has been laid over it for many, many years at that angle. and it's just caused that layer of dust. You can see, look, the L. It's mad, isn't it? So if you imagine this book here was like that, that's the dimensions. You take it away, you see that? So that's what they call a dust shadow. The Ginger Griffin, Ambridge. This is number 782. So we're almost there. And this has a, we've moved on to 1951 now. So we've moved through a couple of years. Miss Hargreaves, 783. Colossus of Marusi, Henry Miller. He's a great author, wasn't he? Great American author. 785, that's a lovely one, isn't it? The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Fantastic. Do you like the Sherlock Holmes books? At least I do. I've always been into them. They are obviously of the period, but the stories themselves are so good. Just fantastic. Another Steinbeck here, another great one, Tortilla Flat. I mean, around this time, Pan were publishing a lot of the Steinbecks, so I don't know if they were published by both publishers at the same time, or if Penguin had them, then Pan got them, or vice versa. I don't really know. Famous Trials, 3, it's volume 3. But I would like to compare the publishing dates of the Pan and the Penguin ones to see who quite got them first. Deadline. This is 788, so we're almost at the end of our 100 Penguins today. Great author, Joseph Conrad, one that I do actually enjoy reading, although not the big thick ones like this, but some of his stuff is excellent. Another huge one here, Main Street by Sinclair Lewis. That's almost a triple volume, you could say. Look at the size of it. Huge book, that one, number 790. Gilbert and Sullivan, biography, 791. Mystery of the Butcher's Shop. This is another one that took me a little bit of time. I think this is probably the last one I needed to get this run of from 700 to 800. Mystery Villa, 793. Certainly once you hit 1,000, because I only need now 6 or 7 to get the first 1,000 licked, which isn't bad at all. But after that, they're very much sporadic. So if I do carry on going through, which I probably will, you know, with other books in the collection past 1,000, they're not complete runs. They're just ones that have come my way, 794, or ones that I fancied, you know, for reading purposes. There are authors that I collect every single edition of, you know, people like John Wyndham, for example. There'd be a lot of that, a lot of sci-fi, 795. So it's just stuff that's sort of come my way past number 1,000, but you know, I've got quite a lot of that as well. Angela Thurkill, but just not complete, nothing like a complete run like these. 797, Clocky Merle. Nice copy of this one, H.M. Pullum Esquire. Really nice copy in a nice dust wrapper to boot. So yeah, that's a particularly nice one. See, that's, you know, almost certainly never been read, that one, but lovely to have. Garden Party, Catherine Mansfield, another great author. And then number 800 was How Green Was My Valley by Richard Llewellyn. And there we are, another double volume. So that 100 books, as you can see, takes up a lot of room here, you know. Absolutely fantastic. So, Penguin number 801 is this one by Kate O'Brien, Mary Lavelle. This is an interesting, it's got a little stamp on the front there, McGill's Agency, 2 and 6. Looks like it's in Melbourne, so maybe this one's come all the way from Australia. To put it in date context. This is the very start of the 1950s, 1951, this one. And as I said in the introduction, this is a period in Penguin's history that I really love. I'm not sure what it is. Possibly the sort of the design of the books, maybe. The good soldier Schweck, I think that's how you pronounce it, Jaroslav Hasek. Now, this first came out as a Penguin special. This is a bit of a Foxdol copy, this one, and a book I've been meaning to read, I have to say. It is quite a long one. So yeah, look at this. First published as a Penguin special, 1939, and the complete version published as in Penguin Books, 1951. So this is the complete version. Once again, it's got the two penguins on the front, signifying a double volume. Yeah, I must get around to it, but yeah, as I said, it's just the size of it that's been putting me off a little bit. 803. So this is Elizabeth Daly, and this is Nothing Can Rescue Me, which is our first crime title of the day. Then we've got a Christina Brand. This one's got another, look, it's been stamped there. 2 shillings instead of the 1 and 6 cover price. Suddenly at the Residence, another crime one by her. And these are just great, aren't they? This was the sort of classic period. You know, 50s cozy crime. You had Penguin pumping these out. We had Collins with the Collins White Circle Crime Club. They were putting their great titles out as well. Certainly was a great era. And then, of course, Pan came along and did their pictorial ones. Beautiful, beautiful edition, this, of Penguin's Sherlock Holmes. And this is the casebook of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Very nice copy of that one. Penguin, obviously, have been the Conan Doyle publishers for many years now. I do still love reading the Conan Doyle Sherlock Holmeses, particularly the short stories. They're by far my favourites. Murder Down Under, Arthur W. Upfield, 806. And then finishing this run of 5 crime ones is The Lift and the Drop. Don't know much about this one. G.V. Galway. Don't know much about him. Once again, a little bit of Fox, and it says his first novel, Murder on Leave, has also appeared as a Penguin. His most recent novel is Full Fathom 5. Okay, that was number 807. Now, 808 is Virginia Woolf, and it's the classic The Waves. There she is. Virginia Woolf, who died in 1941, was the daughter of Sir Ledley Stephen and the wife of Leonard Woolf. Yeah, I believe all her books are in Penguin to this day. Then we've got Vivian Connell, 810, which is The Chinese Room. Now, 810, this one here, took me a long, long time to get because it was one of them darn crossword books. And you know what these are like. They are quite tough to get hold of. But thankfully, I've been able to pick one up fairly recently. So, 810, The Manchester Guardian, 3rd crossword puzzle book. Now, number 811 is The White Priory Murders, Carter Dixon. And here we are. This back cover of a Penguin usually contains a photograph of the author and a short biographical note. Carter Dixon, however, prefers to conceal his identity behind the mystery of not only 1, but 2 pseudonyms, and is therefore not possible to satisfy the reader's curiosity about a person who, to all intents and purposes, does not exist. There we are. So, the Carter Dixon 10. Carter Dixon is the 4th celebrated writer of detective fiction to be represented by 10 Penguins at one time. Agatha Christie was the first in 1948. 1 million copies of her books were published simultaneously. In 1949, she was joined by Naomi Marsh, and in 1950 by Marjorie Allingham. Now Hercule Poirot, Detective Inspector Allen, and Albert Campion make room on the throne of crime for one more unusual detective, Carter Dixon's eccentric Sir Henry Merivale, who is appearing simultaneously in the following Penguins during 1951. And there they all are. How cool is that? I do love it when Penguin do things like that. It's almost like event publishing, isn't it, today? And here are some more from the Carter Dixon 10. So the reader is warned. Death in 5 boxes. and So to Murder. The Red Widow Murders. She Died a Lady. Did she? She did. The 10 Teacups. He Wouldn't Kill Patients. 818. And 819 is The Judas Window. Now 820 is one of the ones that I'm still after, and that's the Plague Court Murders. So I'll pop a picture of that one in, and I'm just going to pull the camera out a little bit and get these sorted. 821 is, well, what a classic, hey? Brideshead Revisited. Evelyn Waugh's absolute classic, this one. Very, very good book. And this was the very first Penguin edition of this one. And still 1951, so still in the early 50s here. Great title, that. Then we've got another one, A Handful of Dust. And they were doing this quite often. They were publishing little clumps of books by the same author, probably to make a bit of an impact on the bookcase shelves in the bookshops. The Loved One. This has got two stories in, Work Suspended and Scott King's Modern Europe. And the last one of these is When the Going Was Good. And that like completes the little set of 5. And this one actually says, so the other ones would have been reprints that came out earlier in Penguin's list. So it says once again, this is one of 10 books by Evelyn Waugh published simultaneously as Penguins. A list of all the others will be found on the inside back cover. And these, of course, were printed earlier. So they've got, see the series numbers there? So like Decline and Fall, for example, was Penguin number 75. So that's why it's not in here numerically, because we've already had that one. But those 5 there were being published for the first time. And it says here, Evelyn Waugh now joins those authors including Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells and D.H. Lawrence, who have had 10 of their books published simultaneously as Penguins. Brilliant. There we are. But not as a million. So I guess they didn't print 100,000 of each one of those by the sounds of it. Maybe they weren't quite as commercial, perhaps. 826 is a synonym. Maigret Travels South. I do have quite a nice run of all the Maigrets in Penguin. There's another one. Maigret Sits It Out. The thing is with these crime books, they often have little blemishes in that because they've just been read so many times. Although not this one. This is a real nice one. Into Latitudes. I think this is another 5, you know. Penguin were getting a bit carried away, or even a 10. Yeah, it is. This is part of the Simonon 10. So let's have a look. So, in 1951, 10 detective stories by Carter Dixon were published simultaneously as Penguins. I know, we've just seen them. Now another 10 are appearing by an author with an entirely different approach to the art of crime. Georges Simenon, the well-known French writer whose unusual novels have had a tremendous ovation in America and England, as well as on the continent. The 10 books listed below each contain 2 long stories. In some, the action is controlled by the massive and tolerant Inspector Maigret, and in some by Superintendent Labarre. Others are mystery novels written from the criminal's point of view and without a detective at all. All of them more than justify the selection of Simonon to follow Agatha Christie, Naomi Marsh, Margaret Allingham, and Carter Dixon as the 5th celebrated crime author to have 10 books published as Penguins at the same time. And there it sort of lists all the 10 books. Well, there we go. Who'd have thought it? And that's a really nice tight one there. Here's another one, Havoc by Accident. And you'll notice, once again, these have got reprinted. So the earlier editions, we've only got 5 here numerically. And that's because the other 5 books in the Simonon 10 were published previously, and they just got reprinted and were made as part of the 10. But those 5 there were all brand new titles. Excellent. Next, we've got 831, The Man of Property. John Galsworthy, not an author who's very much read today, but back in the day he was, very prolific, and his books were everywhere. Here's 832, Aldous Huxley's Those Barren Leaves. Don't mind a bit of Aldous Huxley. Well, Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath. It doesn't get much more quintessentially Penguin than this, does it? Let's be honest. Absolutely fantastic author, one of my favourite American writers. 1951. There we are. Very, very good. I believe the Steinbecks were shared between Penguin and Pan at this time. Pan published a lot of them until years later. A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, another classic by Betty Smith. Big thick one, but not classed as a Penguin double volume. So maybe they've just given up that idea, and like The Grapes of Wrath, they've just popped the price up to 3 and 6. They popped another shilling on. First Hornblower. I covered these recently on the channel, the Hornblower books by C.S. Forster, one of my favourite authors. They actually had to put the little subline there, subtitle A Hornblower Story, simply because it doesn't mention Hornblower in the title, but The Happy Return is the first of the Hornblower books, and they're very, very good. Kate O'Brien, Pray for the Wanderer. I always remember I think it was Kate O'Brien. I was reading an interview with her, and she said she felt she'd actually made it big when she got reprinted by Penguin. I think it was Kate O'Brien. Anyway, on with the next one here, which is 837, Farmer's Glory. Don't know much about that one. Just going to push that little stack to the back there. Let me get another load in here. Another absolute classic. I mean, what can you say? Number 838, George Orwell, Animal Farm. Wow, fantastic. This is a book that's hard to find in nice condition in first edition. Mine's not bad. It's got that little name in the front there. It's still, 1950. It's still the best one that I've come across, and I've had multiple copies of it, but it just doesn't turn out very often in nice nick. 839, Crazy Like a Fox, S.J. Perlman. 840, Joanna Godden by Sheila K. Smith. The Franchise Affair, Josephine Tay. 841. Another C.S. Forester, Plain Murder, 842. This is one of his crime ones, and I know they released oh, that's advertised in The Evelyn War. The Foresters, it's a bit later on, but they do, that one gets reprinted as part of like a C.S. Forester 10. Angela Thurkill, Summer Half. 844, George Moore, The Brook Kerith. This is interesting. This is the first in the plays series that we've had today. 845, Collected Plays by John M. Synge. Don't know much about him. And the first travel one we've seen today, 10 Years Under the Earth, Norman Castoret. A travel and adventure one. Oh, look at his funny hat he's wearing there. Looks like, yeah, he's a potholer. That would explain the hat. He has explored more than 500 caverns. Well, potholing, I was just discussing this with the wife recently, is something you wouldn't catch me doing if I was paid a fortune for it. Not in a million years. 847, Leo Bruce, and it's The Case for Sergeant Beef. Another really nice copy of that one. This one's 1953, that one, so jumped forward a little bit in time. 848 is Reunion with Murder, Timothy Fuller. 849, Christopher Bush, The Case of the Tudor Queen. Loads of crime. You could see what was selling, can't you? 850, The House Without the Door, Elizabeth Daly. And 851 is a Raymond Chandler, The High Window. He's great, isn't he, Raymond Chandler? There he is. Stroking a black cat there by the look of it in his library. A few books in the back there. Good stuff. Yeah, in addition, an entirely new collection of his short stories, Trouble Is My Business, has been published for the first time in this country as a Penguin book. Yeah, that's a British PBO, a paperback original, that one. 8:52, Before Lunch, Angela Thurkel. And then we've got 8:53, The Harp in the South, by Ruth Park. Already over halfway now. 8:54, Fombombo. T.S. Sterling. Back to Crime. More Simonon. I think this is another 5. 8:55, The Man from Everywhere, and New Haven Dieppe. There we are. 8:56, A Crime in Holland, and A Face for a Clue. 8:57, Lost Moorings. 8:58, On the Danger Line. And then 8:59 is Novel on Yellow Paper by Stevie Smith. Right, once again, we're going to pause there just for the last time now while I pull the camera out one last time. On to the last little stretch then. So 8:60 is The Priestley Companion. This is extracts from the writing of J.B. Priestley selected by himself. Big thick one, that. 8:61 is Bright Day, also by J.B. Priestley. 8:62, The Hollow Man, another classic crime, John Dixon Carr. 8:63 is Off to Philadelphia in the Morning, Jack Jones. There he is. He's on his Jack Jones. 8:64, More Work for the Undertaker, Marjorie Allingham. Great title. 8:65 is The Cambridge Murders, Dial Reese. 8:66, A Problem a Day. These are sort of puzzles and things for you to solve. 8:67, The Lady in the Lake, another Raymond Chandler. 1952, this one. 8:68, The Golden Box, Francis Crane. 8:69, Galleon's Reach, H.M. Tomlinson. 8:70, William Sampson, South. Got 2 and 6 over a sticker on that one. 8:71, and this is the Thurber Carnival. This is by James Thurber. This is an early Penguin cartoon book. So later on, when we get post 1000, I've got quite a collection of the Penguin cartoon books. I don't know if I've got them all, but I've got a fair batch of them, and they're actually sort of in B format, you know, the next sort of size up. And there's some more Thurber cartoon books in there. But that was number 871. 872, The Painted Veil, Somerset Maugham. 873, T.S. Eliot's Selected Prose, sort of the Violet essays and Bell's letters. 874, another classic crime title, The Postman Always Rings Twice by James M. Cairn. My post lady does. She's pretty good, you know. She says, not more books, Jules. 875, The Blind Barber, John Dixon Carr. It's funny, that got published in America before we had it over here as an American Penguin. And then 876 is Freeman Wills Croft's The Cask. Another big, thick crime book, this one. 876 in 1952. Oh, we're on to the last little old stack now. F. Tennyson Jesse, A Pin to See the Peep Show. Remember, that's an early Penguin crime I picked up years ago. Now we got to Travel, Freya Stark, The Valleys of the Assassins, 878. Here's a nice looking one. Look how nice that is, 879. Emma Smith, The Far Cry. Really sort of bright and bold. Probably unread that one. 1952. Yeah, nice. If only they were all like that, eh? The Woman of Rome, 880. Alberta Moravia. Straight is the Gate, Andre Gide, 881. Tea with Mr. Rochester, Francis Towers, 882. Bresman Village, John Moore, 883. More crime, Charles Williams, Many Dimensions, 884. 885 is Men and Gods, Rex Warner. I'm glad to see this one. So you see this one's in particularly nice condition, and on the inside cover is a little signature, and you see that there, and that is H. Arnold with a little date on it. And H. Arnold he worked for Penguin in the warehouse, and he was with them right from the very earliest days. And this has come from his collection, basically. So either when he himself died in the mid-90s, or his family decided to sell his Penguin book collection, he had virtually every single book, all the rare crime ones, all virtually brand new condition, straight from the warehouse. He had one of each book, and which I believe they were allowed to do. They were allowed to have a book each. And he had his little signature in, so I've kept that one there as a little bit of Penguin sort of association copy more than anything. I do remember there was a Penguin book dealer called Brian Kesterton, and he bought most of that collection. And I think he had some competition from someone else who was very much after it, and he had to sort of let them take their selection of, say, 10 or so key crime titles, and they wouldn't bid against him, basically. So he got the collection for quite a nice price. Whatever happened to Brian's collection, that I do not know. 886 then, Duet of Death, but I would imagine he had them all. 887, The Mysterious Mickey Finn, Elliot Poole. So 888 was Crime and the Police. So this is Penguin having a bit of fun with numbers again. 888, I believe, used to be the number for Scotland Yard back in the day. 889 is The Case of the Black-Eyed Blonde, Earl Stanley Gardner. 898, The Bandaged Nude, Robert Finnegan. 891, Trial by Fury, Craig Rice. 892, Deadly Weapon, Wade Miller. Some of these were very big in America at the time, and they actually brought them over. 893, The Bandaged Nude. No, wait a minute, we've actually already had 893. So, what is going on there? We've got two copies of it. That's rather mysterious, because 896, I think it is, which is Virginia Woolf's... it's the Virginia Woolf Between the Acts I'm actually missing, which I was surprised at. So I wonder if I've had a little issue. So 890, The Bandaged Nude. Let's have a little look here. See the printing history on this one. Yeah, first print 1952. But then I've got another one. Admittedly, it's got the price out. It's the same book. So I wonder, how have I managed to end up with 2 copies? It's funny how that happens, isn't it? Well, I don't need 2, so I'm going to keep that one because that's the better, more sort of robust copy. And that should be 890. Yeah, we are. Let's put them all into order there. 890, 891, and 892. So there we go. This is what happens when you're a book collector. You sometimes see stuff that you end up doubling up sometimes. 894, Prelude to a Certain Midnight, Gerald Kirsch. 895 is Zaliki Dobson by Max Beerbohm. Now, 896, as I said, that's actually a title that, for some reason, it's only a normal orange, but for some reason I have misplaced it. I'm absolutely certain I've got it. It's Between the Acts by Virginia Woolf. So, sadly, I'm just going to pop a picture in right now, but I've been through it. I just can't put my hand on it. So, apologies for that. 897 is Tragedy at Law. 898, this travel one here, The Sea and the Jungle. H.M. Tomlinson. 899, Sanctuary, William Faulkner. And number 900, last one we're going to look at today, is 7 Famous One-Act Plays, the second series, edited by John Ferguson. It's got some good names in there. Noel Coward, J.M. Barrie. Quite a thin little one. And yes, referring to the first one there, which we saw a long time ago. So there we go. That does represent another 100 done and dusted. So there they all are. Okay then, so we'll start with Penguin 901, which is A Voyage to Perilia. Elmer Rice. Don't know much about this one. Straight fiction title. 902 is James N. Can. He was an American crime writer. Yeah, famous for the Postman Always Rings Twice. And Mildred Pierce. I guess they were his 2 most famous ones. 903 is The Sure Thing. Merle Miller. Really nice condition copy of that one. It's probably unread. Oh, that's quite interesting. It's this particular signature here. I didn't actually know that. So see this. This is from H. Arnold. I don't know if you can quite see that in the corner there. H. Arnold. It's dated Jan 29. Is that 1953 when this one came out? Yeah, so Harry, I think he was called Harry Arnold. He was a Penguin warehouse man for many, many years, right back to the earliest days. And he picked up a copy of every single Penguin as they were published, because I guess they were there. And he put his little name inside. So that's from that sort of ex-Penguin employee. So quite a nice association copy, that one. The Last Frontier, Howard Fast, another really nice condition one. And that's the same, actually, from the same collection. There is a little signature on the side. So if you've got it in your collection, and they've got that H. Arnold in the corner, yeah, it was a great collection that came under auction probably about 20 years ago, as I recall. And the bulk of it ended up in the hands of a dealer called Brian Kesterton, a very, very nice chap. Sadly, no longer with us, but what a font of Penguin knowledge. And he was so helpful to me when I was first starting to collect penguins all those years ago. Here's our first crime one today, Erskine Childers, The Riddle of the Sands. And the first I would call real classic book, Tender is the Night, F. Scott Fitzgerald, a real classic, this one. Obviously famous for The Great Gatsby, which Penguin had published a few years beforehand. Franz Kafka. I mean, the list is incredible at this point, isn't it? You have to say this is 907. The Trial. And we're starting to see a little bit of a mixture of different cover styles now as times were changing in the mid-50s, and publishing in general, particularly in the UK, was changing at an astonishing pace. A John Buchan, The Three Hostages, and course, these came out a long, long time ago. So, yeah, this was published in 24. Penguin did their edition in 1953. Whether this was the first paperback edition, I don't know. But certainly around this sort of time, a couple of years earlier, Pan Books had published their John Buckham's, the Richard Hannay trilogy, all came out in Pan a few years before that. Winston Clues is 909, Journey into Spring. Bit of a rough copy compared to the other ones we've been looking at, isn't it? This is probably one that I picked up out in the wild in my early years of collecting. Georgette Heyer, great author. Devil's Cub, absolutely mint this one. This is another really, really nice copy of this one. 1953. It's lovely when they're brand new like that. It's great. But sadly, they don't all turn up in that condition. Earl Stanley Gardner, great crime novelist, 911. This is The Case of the Substitute Face. Great stuff. 911. So 912 is The Case of the Lame Canary, another Earl Stanley Gardner one. There's someone's initials on the front cover of my copy there. Good to have. And then 913 is Out of Africa. Karen Blixen. This is one in the travel and adventure sort of series. A little bit thicker, so it's a 2 and 6 rather than a 2 shilling. A little bit of page edge foxing on that one, but this is 1954. John Dixon Carr, 914. Death Watch. You notice, by this time, you could say just under half the list was crime. And it was obviously selling like hotcakes, and Penguin had one hell of a brand, didn't they? Simple as that. E.C. Bentley then. Trent Intervenes. Then we got 916, a Freeman Wills Croft. Death of a Train. It's one I've actually read a couple of, and I thought they were very good. The ones that I read of Freeman Wills Crofts. I wouldn't call those cozy crime, though. I would call them more, certainly crime, but not quite cozy crime, shall we say. Here's another one here, the Cheyenne Mystery, and I have a feeling that Penguin did a Freeman Wills Croft 5, as I recall. I'm just having a look to see if there is anything inside or not. I think there isn't, but often they would just publish 5 numerically simultaneously and just put them all out at once. Here's another one, 918. This is another Inspector French's Greatest Case, which is cool. Very, very nice. I love the Penguin crime books. So 919 is The Loss of the Jane Vosper. I wonder what the Jane Vosper was. Of course, it doesn't say on the back. It just gives that little biography of Freeman Wills Croft. About this part, here we are. The Loss of the Jane is a magnificent drama, told quietly and impressively. It's a boat on its way across the Atlantic. The Jane Vosper is a boat, and it explodes and sinks. And that's what that book's about. Aha. Okay, 920 is the 1230 from Croydon, and this does make up the 5th Freeman Wills Croft's title. So it was a Wills Croft 5 there. Then we got number 921, Pamela Hansford Johnson, An Avenue of Stone. Straightforward fiction. So 922 is The Brave Bulls by Tom Lee. Nice with that little vignette on the front. This is another really, really tight copy, and it is also from the Harry Arnold Penguin collection. So that's why that one's in particularly nice shape. 923 is Bullets for the Bridegroom, David Dodge. Now, this one's great because as some of my friends were getting married, I would always pass a copy of this vintage Penguin to the bridegroom on either on their wedding day or like the day before the wedding day. I would just do it as a bit of fun. So whenever lists came out, so we mentioned Brian Kesterton earlier, and other lists, I would always pick up spare copies of this because I had a lot of friends getting married around that time. It is quite a shame that although this is the first edition, the copy that has ended up after all these years in my collection is actually quite a little bit foxed compared to some of the other ones, because I'm sure I've given better copies away. But I used to do it as a bit of fun. Next then we have The Body in the Library. Now this is obviously Agatha Christie, and I believe this is another Christie top 10, or not top 10, but another Christie 10 or a million, as it were. So yeah, this is part, down the bottom here it says, this is part of a new Penguin collection of 10 books by Agatha Christie, which are issued by arrangement with Collins, the original publishers. Each book contains a special introduction by the author. A list of the other titles appears on the inside back cover. So yeah, so these are really nice editions because they all feature an exclusive, unique Agatha Christie introduction. So the publisher's note: Agatha Christie was the first crime writer to have 10 books published simultaneously as Penguins. This new selection of a further 10 in Mrs. Christie's own choice, and for each she has written a short foreword, printed over leaf, in which she gives a background to the story, explains how she came to write it, and says something of her reasons for including it among her 10 favourite novels. How cool is that? And there they are. That's her little introduction there. And then at the back, we do have a list of the other ones, which we'll see in a minute. Murder of Roger Ackroyd, Body in the Library, Death Comes as the End, Death on the Nile, Labours of Hercules, Miss Marple and the 13 Problems, The Moving Finger, Mysterious Mr. Quinn, Parker Pine Investigates, and Crooked House. Brilliant. So that was 924, and I guess up to 934 will be all Agatha Christie. So here they are, Crooked House. The second one. I think what we'll do there, just to give it a little bit more room, I'm just going to pause and pull the camera out a touch. There we are. Then we got 926, Death Comes as the End. And I have to wonder, I know these were printed on special request, you know, these were printed as part of the Agatha Christie top 10. I do have to wonder what the other publishers, so they were being published at the same time by Fontana, which was Collins' own paperback imprint, and Pan Books. So I wonder how they managed to get round all the different rights at the same time. I really don't know. 927 is Death on the Nile. (928) The Labours of Hercules. They're lovely, these editions. Although I have to say, I think my favourites are the Pans out of all of them. I think they're my favourites. There we are, 929. Miss Marple and the 13 Problems. (930) is The Moving Finger. Just have a little check. I wanted to check the dates of these. I think they are all 1956, aren't they? 1953. That's a little ahead of myself. 931, The Mysterious Mr. Quinn. This is quite a foxed old copy. It's a shame I did actually just miss out on a little lot of Agatha Christie's on eBay lately. But, you know, they were only going to be replacing some of the ones I already had. But that is one that is quite a bit dirty, that one I could use a better copy of. 932 is Parker Pine Investigates. So that completes that second Christie 10, where they published 100,000 of each book and published 1 million titles in one foul swoop. How cool is that, eh? She must have been loving it. Next, we have a run of 5 P.G. Woodhouses. I think they did this a couple of times in Penguin. So this is number 933. I mean, what a list, eh? The Imitable Jeeves. I do love all the Jeeves and Wooster books. I absolutely adore P.G. Woodhouse, more so as I've got older. I find the books just effortless to read, and it's like it just takes you back to the 1920s, 1930s when they were written. I just love them to death. So that was that one. 934 is Right Ho Jeeves. If you haven't quite got time to read all the books, which I would recommend, the Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie adaptation is probably the best out there. 935, a very nice copy of The Code of the Woosters. A little bit of foxing, but apart from that, a beauty. 1953 again. Leave It to Smith, 936. And 937 is Big Money by P.G. Wodehouse. Lovely, good stuff. Lovely little 5 that, and every single one an absolute classic. I think you will agree. Next, we've got 538, The Nightwalkers, James Norman. (939) The Case of the Stuttering Bishop, another Earl Stanley Gardner. Wonder how well those editions went compared to the rather fetching pan editions. I don't know. So 940 was The Spectator crossword puzzle book. So it's in its distinctive yellow colours. Very nice to have this advert for Agatha Christie on the back there. A new Agatha Christie 10. Great stuff. And there they are. Just usually, when you find crossword books, certainly the first couple that have ever been attempted, and then people just give up. And that seems to be the case so often. I can never be bothered to actually erase someone's attempt. But that was number 940. 941, Three Sisters Flew Home, Mary Fitt. 942, Rex Warner, Greeks and Trojans. 943, Mary Roberts Reinhardt. A bit of a slightly beaten up copy of The Yellow Room. Comes the Blind Fury, Douglas Rutherford. So I have got all the Penguins between 901 and 1000, so I'm not missing any physical copies. But certainly a few of these could do with a bit of an upgrade. I have got a big list of books that I do want to upgrade. 945 is 100 Puzzles from the Daily Telegraph, the 4th series of Daily Telegraph crossword puzzles. You do find that crossword puzzle books are a little harder to get your hands on these days, and they do tend, if you're patient, you can generally get them for under a tenner each, but I often see them online at £20. I thought, do they ever sell at that? I mean, I would never pay 20 quid for a crossword book. I mean, blimmin' heck. 946, Jassy, Nora Lofts. So even the wartime ones I've not paid too much for, and they're legendary scarce, but I just refuse, you know. 947, The Case of the Constant Suicides, John Dixon Carr. And I think this is possibly a 5 or 4 of John Dixon Carr. He Who Whispers, 948. So 949 is The Emperor's Snuff Box. And I do also have another copy of this one, which has been bound into a hardback, which is a little bit unusual. It is something that's been done on an amateur basis. It's nothing published by Penguin. They've put the spine on the back, but it does appear, I wonder how they've done it, where they've maybe taken the cover off and rebound it round. But it's probably been done, possibly, it's the inside there, you've got BP 1063. Now that could mean so many things, but it could be from some sort of library where they wanted a more permanent form of that particular book. But I picked it up. It's one that came my way. It's more curiosity than anything that was ever published by Penguin, but I think it's quite nice all the same. 950 then is Till Death Us Part. Till Death Us Do Part. So it was a run of four John Dixon Carrs. Then 951 is the Manchester Guardian 4th crossword puzzle book, 951. And they're, once again, this one's quite a nice condition copy. List of the more recent Pelicans on the back there. And amazingly, that hasn't got any of the crosswords even attempted, so that's quite good news. 952 is The Case of the Counterfeit Eye, Earl Stanley Gardner. And that we have run out of room again, so let me pull the camera out one last time. So 953 is Murder of My Aunt, Richard Hull. 954, Tom Brown's Body, Gladys Mitchell. So a new column over there. 955, Edward Campion, Evelyn Morgan, another great author. 956 is our first plays title, which is 4 English Tragedies. Quite an unusual design compared to what we've been used to seeing. Advert for the Pelican History of Art at the back. That's a series and a half, one that I've never attempted to collect. 957, so Oscar Wilde, Selected Essays and Poems. Many Happy Returns, Lillian Antoine. Oh, look at that. That's slightly, that's why that's cut, because it's slightly miscut. There we are, look at that. 958, Loving, Henry Green. 959, Carl Brams and S.J. Simon, 6 Curtains for Stroganova. Big old one coming up now. Huge book, and that is the Penguin, the first Penguin edition of Jane Eyre. Charlotte Bronte, 960. So, you know, a few years back, Penguin would have just had this as a double volume, but now it's just gone up by 6pence to make it just a 2 and 6 in total book. A blue for biography, The Healing Knife. 961, George Sava. Another big one again. Lucinda Brayford, Martin Boyd, 962. Huge old book, that. But still only 500 pages. So not perhaps as big as you might think, but big for what we've been looking at, compared to what we've been looking at. 963, Trio, Dorothy Baker. It's quite a nice copy of that one. So next, 964 is The Case of the Borrowed Brunette by Earl Stanley Gardner. And this starts a little run of 5 Earl Stanley Gardners. A little Gardner 5, as it were. 965, The Case of the Drowsy Mosquito. 966, The Case of the Sleepwalker's Niece. 1 thing I've noticed, like this one here, for example, has got some like pen marks and stuff inside, pencil marks. And that is because, unlike a lot of my recent vintage paperback pickups that I film and put on the channel, my Penguins are some of the oldest books that I ever collected, and I didn't really religiously go through and clean them all up. And it's unfortunately something that I need to do right back to Penguin number 1, is go through every book and check that it's clean. And in a way, I wish I'd done that when I was going through this 1,000 books, 100 at a time. But we're not really here to look at me cleaning the books and getting them nice copies. It's just to see the actual books and see how the design has changed over that period from 1935 right up to, well, it's going to be 1954, 55, isn't it? 967, The DA Calls a Turn. 968, Murder Up My Sleeve. 969, One Pair of Feet. I seem to remember this is super common. I used to just see copies everywhere. Really weird. Don't know why. 969. 970, As I Was Going Down Sackville Street. Nice copy of that one. start a new little pile over there. 971, Uncle Fred in Springtime, so another P.G. Wodehouse. Now 972 is a very, very famous Penguin book, and that is the first Penguin edition of 1984, which obviously by one of my favourite authors, George Orwell. Absolutely iconic book. I have multiple copies of it. I've got a couple with me which I kept in my with the main run. In 1954, that one first came out. So I've got this slightly later edition. This is a 60s one. The cover details the control room, Civil Defence Headquarters by William Roberts. Really nice jacket on that one. I have done, this was from 1966, I have done a dedicated video on George Orwell in Penguin books, so I will link to that one so you can go and have a look, because there's some fantastic editions of his books, and I pretty much got most of them. So this was just a later edition of 1984, very, very attractive one. I was in the book trade when I was given a copy of this. So when was this new edition? 2013. So even this was 7 years ago. But I remember it making quite a stir when that little one came out, and it was under the Great Orwell imprint. Good stuff. 973 is The Case of the Abominable Snowman, Nicholas Blake. 974, Edmund Crispin, Love Lies Bleeding. And 975 is The Floating Dutchman, Nicholas Bentley. (976) Rex Stout, Red Threads. Lots of crime, lots of the green here, as you can see, mixed in amongst the other bits and bobs. 977 Death of a Doll, Hilda Lawrence. Our third crossword book, if you can believe it, the Time and Tide crossword books. They must have been selling, I guess. Number 978. Once again, just the first, looks like the first one has been like literally six clues have been done. That's it. So 979, Maiden Voyage, Denton Welsh. 980, The Heyday in the Blood. 981, Can You Tell Me? A quiz selection of 500 questions, their scope ranging from famous last words to Dutch auctions and heraldry. Norman and Margaret Dixon. So this is one of their miscellaneous titles. Looks like a bit of fun. Can You Tell Me? 981. 982 is Peter Quennell's Byron, The Years of Fame. 983 is the fourth volume of Famous Trials. Very, very foxed copy, that one. I should be able to use these videos to go back and see which ones are my copies I need to upgrade. Though I have to say, quite a few since I started, which was, we're talking months ago now. I have already filled in some of the ones I've been missing, and I have upgraded a few. 984, from slightly poor quality to an absolute minter. This Nancy Mitford one, absolute beauty. 984. Look at that! I mean, look at that! Look how nice it is. Someone asked me recently in the comments. They said, "Have you got any really, really old books that are just like new and unread?" I said, "Well, yeah, I have. I've got some from the mid-30s that are as good as this. When you take the wrapper off, especially, they're just neat beyond belief. And I love books that are in that condition, although they don't come along very often." Couple of P.G. Wodehouses now. So 985 is Blandings Castle. So by this point, Penguin were publishing Wodehouse at an extreme pace, and I think they were trying to get the whole lot out. So yeah, this was originally 1935, but published in Penguin in 1954. Pan had published a couple of P.G. Woodhouses in around that sort of time, 51, 52, and that was it. So I don't know who was publishing Woodhouse in paperback until Penguin came along, and then they embraced it with both hands, and along they came, and it was great stuff. You know, I love the Penguin editions, I really do. The current editions by Vintage are also particularly nice. They're very, very nice. 986 then, that was 986, this is 987, 100 crossword puzzles from the Scotsman now, number 987. So in actual fact, 4 crossword books in this single 100 penguins. Quite interesting, that. Edmund Crispin, 988, The Case of the Gilded Fly. Looks a suave fella, doesn't he, on the back there? 989, The Immaterial Murder Case, Julian Simmons. 990, The Daughter of Time, Josephine Tay, another great author. 991, Blood Upon the Snow, Hilda Lawrence. 992, Keep It Quiet, Richard Hull. One of my all-time favourite novel is 993, the first Wyndham in Penguin, Dare the Triffids. And here's a slightly later 60s copy of Dare the Triffids. Just love the book. I have done a whole dedicated video just looking at all the different editions of Dare the Triffids that I've got. I've got about 20 in total. From the very first British hardback, I've got multiple paperback editions, American paperbacks, there's all sorts. Absolutely love the book, so do check that one out if you're interested in John Wyndham. 994 is Quick Service, Woodhouse again. Got that one quite recently. I upgraded my copy. I found a few Woodhouses online from a chap I've been buying a few books off. 995, and they were an original owner collection, and they were particularly nice condition, so I've been able to upgrade a few of them. He was the same guy who had the Agatha Christie's that I sadly missed out. They went for a lot of money. So Ricey Man Steps, Arnold Bennett, 996. Don't know much about this particular one, I have to say. And this was the first of 4 Arnold Bennett. So Clay Hanger was 997. Big old thick book, that one. Another thick one, 998, which is The Old Wives' Tale. Look at the size of it. But still just under 600 pages, so not enormous, but big enough, I suppose. Let's pop that one over there. And then Arnold Bennett again, 999. The Journals of Arnold Bennett. Then number 1000, as I'm sure any self-respecting Penguin fan knows, was given the honour to Edward Young. So Edward Young was the gentleman who in 1935 was dispatched to London Zoo to start sketching the penguins in London Zoo to get an idea of what to come up with for the penguin logo. War broke out. He ended up as a commander, and he was in charge of a submarine. And this is his war memoirs. And I guess as a bit of a thank you, because he did come back and rejoin the company, he was given the honour of having the 1000th penguin given to him in July 1954. There we are, and they really went to town with the cover as well, didn't they? Great stuff. So there we go, we come to the end of our first 1000 vintage Penguin paperbacks, and wow, what a list, eh? What 1,000 books are included in that, so just some absolute gems. You'll never be sure of something to read, if that's all you had. If you're locked in a room with the first 1,000 penguins, you could be entertained for decades, couldn't you? Let's be honest. Well, thank you very much for joining me on that journey. Now, many people have said, are you going to carry on after 1,000? Well, yes, I absolutely am. I collect penguins numerically, up to about number 3,300. And we've just looked at the first 1,000. So I've probably got maybe 1,000 again, encompassing 1,001 up to 3,000. So we've got plenty to be getting on with, as well as all the other series as well that Penguin did. And we haven't even looked at the pelicans because, I mean, I don't know. I'd need some feedback because I just don't know if the interest is there to go through all the pelicans. There's some quite dry titles, shall we say. But I've got, perhaps the first 800 pelicans or so, with just a few missing that I'm tracking down. But there is other stuff we can look at. So I am very, very close to finishing my king penguin collection. I've got 3 or 4 of those, so they'll be coming up. And then there's all the offshoots, and then there's memorabilia. There's so much within the world of penguin that I'm sure I can keep coming up with a video a month for a few more years to come yet, should you want them. One thing that is coming up quite soon, once again, this has been requested, is to do a compilation video of all 1,000 books. So I'll take out the introduction and the endings. Maybe I'll film a new introduction, possibly. And then we'll look at, edited together, all 1,000 penguins in one mega long, probably 6 to 7 hour video, which I think will be quite fun. Certainly one you could probably fall asleep to. But it might be a good way of having a reference. You can just work your way through and find a particular one that you might be looking for to see what it looks like in the flesh, maybe. Anyway, that is it for today. So thank you very much for joining me. If you have enjoyed today's video, do please give it the old thumbs up. Do please consider subscribing for regular vintage penguin content. There is already, as I'm sure you know, lots on the channel, and there's lots more still to come. And I shall look forward to seeing you again very soon. Bye.